I'm still pink. Every time I think that I know what I'm doing, I have something that I forget to fix. Let me not be pink. As much as pink is cute. Don't need that, and I don't need this. Now I'm normal. Ta-da! Oh wait, do I need that white outline? I don't think I need that white outline either. Hang on. Nope, hang on. One less thing, one less thing. There we go. Now I'm normal. Hi! Welcome in, Shroommates. Happy Monday. Hello. Let me tell you, I'm a little late. I'm a little late. I don't know if you've noticed, it's almost 2:10. Do you want to know why I'm a little late? I'm a little late for a very probably relatable issue, which is that, you know, today, as it being Monday, was finishing up some chores for the weekend, you know, finishing some laundry. I did take a shower. I got in the shower. Well, I say that like that's news. I shower every day. I took a shower, but the notable thing about the shower was the shower started at 1:50, you know, 10 minutes before I'm supposed to go live, because I was like, I want to be showered before I stream. I don't know what it is about streaming that makes me feel like I need to be showered first, but I have to be professional. So I have my fresh jeans out of the wash and my freshly still damp body from showering. I could not get my pants on. I have a pair of pants that every time I put them in the wash, they like shrink a bit, which makes them like fit, you know, a little bit tighter for a couple days until I break them back in. I just spent the last like 4 minutes trying to get my pants on. Also did laundry, washed my blanket, very interesting. Oh, did you wash your blanket? One of those like little like blankets that when you wash them, it makes them stop having the good texture. Because I know how that goes. That's unfortunately. Fresh wash jeans are my sensory nightmare. Yeah, I'm afraid my kneecaps might fall asleep while I'm sitting, which is a classic Squiiji issue. I don't know if anyone else has that, but my pants, because they're tight in the knee and I sit with my legs bent pretty far, my kneecaps will fall asleep. But just my kneecap. The rest of my leg will be fine, but the pressure just makes the kneecap sleepy. So I just have to be careful that I like swing my legs a little bit, because I also won't notice it for a while sometimes. EG must be distinct before stream so their smell-o-vision doesn't work on them. I will tell you, I am not stinky ever. I say as I put my deodorant on right now. Because now I'm going to be self-conscious. And you guys falling asleep sounds like a nightmare? It kind of is, because if you don't notice it, you will stand up and your leg will not be working the way it's meant to. Oh, thank you for the bits. Hang on, what's going on? By the way, I had a quick question. I was told to ask here. I want to know if it would be allowed by you or for me to help my significant other with getting a consult from you. However, he said he wants me to do it for him due to social phobia. Wrote a consent doc. I have everything he wants to show you. Is that okay? Yeah, that's totally fine. The big idea here is as long as we have consent to be critiquing the designs we are critiquing, you are A-okay. That's fine. As long as your partner is okay with that, that's okay by me. Don't worry. Another kind of blanket that needs another blanket put around it, a duvet. Yeah, duvet. Duvets take up the entire washing machine and take like 2 whole loads to dry. Thank you so much. Of course. As long as like consent is done, I'm okay with working with however we need to work to get things done for helping people with critique work. Don't worry. But anyways, hi, happy Monday. I think Rex say that we may have 2 other skip the lines coming in today, which would in fact be crazy if we did 3 skip the lines in one day. I have a hunch though, as to why so many skip the lines are occurring now, though. Bend your ear if you will. I am wondering if us now having access to the streak function is significantly helping Shroommates to get closer to that. Yeah, the login streaks. Because, like, I can see that for a 3-stream streak, you get 350. I don't know how long it takes to get that if you're just watching. But that's a pretty big buff. And there's a lot of you who I know, like, rarely ever miss a stream, or who will, like, check in at the beginning of stream, just be like, hi, I'm here, roll, bye. Not really, every stream you just get 350. Oh, does it not scale? I thought I saw somewhere that somebody who had, gotten one that was like a 7-day streak got more at some point, but I actually can't remember. Let me scroll back in time and see. Oh, it doesn't show me, actually, I don't know. For 10 streams, it's 450. Definitely helps? Okay. I mean, I'm sure it's helping just a little bit. It's helping a little, but not, it doesn't have to be like a crazy amount or anything. Interesting. Intriguing. Also, folks showing restraint on redeems. Yes, I would imagine. Been watching for 8 streams total. I'm already at 10K. Whoa, okay, so that I think does mean it's changing. So that means theoretically, if you watched for...
Hey Gary, it game
Oh?
here, wait. Out here way round. Anyways, today on Gary's
Gary.
Reading Hour, we are reviewing EG's How to Design Character Good from the Shady Bookstore Uptown. It would be a signed copy, however EG refuses to sign anything. I give the book a 1 out of 10 only because it is made from paper and it is the rival of my fave type of food, so apart from that it would be a 10 out of 10. Love you all.
Love you too, Gary. I don't want any of the books to be special or not, okay? Everyone deserves an equal experience from their Squiiji books, okay, Gary? 1,500 more comments, sub multiplier. Oh, I bet sub multiplier does help as well, potentially. Also, thank you for being Selma. 3K the other day. Okay, so yeah, restraint. Consistent, make 2,000 spores a stream, just spend them a lot. That's fair. It's hard to not spend your spores. Is also true. That's fair. Where the last 500 points come from? Don't know. And yeah, Gamba does also inflate scores, or not scores, points a little bit, but okay. So it seems like it might be helping, but it's not doing a huge change. I'm not bringing that up because I'm going to change the price of anything. I'm just bringing that up because I'm happy that, like, we're getting rewards, you know? Number go up, make me happy too. Even if number is your number go up. I just like seeing it go up. Nixdorf, thank you for following. I almost said please. Thank you for following, I appreciate it. I don't know why I almost said please. No Gamba for Denmark. What? Why no Gamba for Denmark? No spore inflation? No spore inflation. Don't worry. Do not worry, it is okay. Depends on if you're sub. Yeah, it definitely does. It is impacted by sub or not, among other things. We only just got the streaks recently, despite the fact that they've been in testing for like well over a year now, and most of the people I knew already had them. We're just late to the party. That's okay. Aw, snack? Hell yeah. I will have a little bit of, I still have leftover pumpkin seeds from Halloween. Most big gambling behavior where people under 18 can be present. So if you're in Denmark, can you not participate in the predictions on Twitch? Is that how that works? Interesting. Don't have families interaction for IPs in those places. Oh, intriguing. I didn't know that. Honestly, kind of smart. However, when it's for a currency that isn't real, I feel like it's not that intense. You never hydrated? Sorry, hang on. There you go. You happy now? I hydrated. You can watch me do it. You can see me hold the cup. Don't worry, I'm being responsible. You can technically buy spores by buying bits. Wait, you can? I didn't know that was a thing. It gives you spores when you get bits? I didn't know that was a thing. So I guess that would make sense as to why it's just not an option at all, maybe. Yes? I had no idea. What the heck? Wait, so what that means is theoretically... Hang on. How does that work? Because this might be an interesting avenue. This might be interesting. There's a cooldown. Okay, how... First gifted sub and bits per month give spores. Didn't notice the entire time. Selma, that's so funny that you didn't notice. But I wonder, how many does it give? Because that might be a way to also increase your chances of skipping the line, if you would like to. I don't know. Interesting. First which months gives you 350. Oh, okay, so not that many. But yeah, if you could buy a line skip, that would be interesting. It seems like you cannot. Hello. Elder TG is going to munch and is going to crunch. Oxmatrina, did you declare that you were doing something in relation to me? Did you need something? Skipping the line by tossing money to EG sounds ironic. Yeah, technically that is against the point, kind of, but like, I can't stop you from doing that. So anyone can technically skip the line by paying. Technically you can skip the line by paying, but it's not public. However, during charity streams, you can skip the line, and it is public by paying, but the money doesn't go to me. There's options. There's ways you can do things. Person in chat, what am I looking at? Nice to meet you. I am Eldritch EG. I am the nightmare that dwells deep within the heart and soul of our beloved fella Squiiji. I am just the nightmare version, essentially, that is summoned here when maybe the Shroomates need me. I don't really know what they need from me right now. They called me here and we're still discussing the legality of spending money to obtain critiques from Squiiji, but I can't help you with that mostly. Oh, hail terrifying god of the ladders. Thank you, I appreciate your support. I would love to know what this object is that is reaching the heavens on the left and right side of my head. I believe, do you see this? I'm gonna poke you in the eye with a needle and you're gonna have to be okay with it because I don't know what to do about it. Will I sign Gary's book? I don't really have a functional hand. I don't know if you've noticed, but my hands are vestigial. Vestigial? Vestigial? Not even Eldritch EG knows how to pronounce that word. And all of my dark evil power. Just wanted a hug from Gary. Sadly, I don't know if Gary's capable of presenting you with hugs right this second, unfortunately. Final boss. I think there's a different Eldritch EG that holds more power than I do, which is the Eldritch EG of approval and disapproval. That Eldritch EG is probably the final boss. I am just a boss, probably. It's a skewer for grilling mushrooms. I don't eat mushrooms. That'd be unkind. The mushrooms are my humble followers, therefore I would not harm them. Ooh, but I do see that this weird needle I have does sort of slice straight through Gary's head if I tilt like this, so we're gonna be careful not to do that. Also, my lovely Miku locks that you've presented me with seem to defy all laws of physics as well. Gary's wearing a little turtleneck. He is wearing a little turtleneck. He is fit for this season. He's gonna stay nice and snug and warm. Snug as a bug in a rug, or snug as a shroom in a room? Snug as a shroom in a room. Hey, that's pretty good. That's not too bad. Mid-boss music playing. Yes, mid-boss music is more apt. Hey, guess what? By the power bestowed in me as Eldritch EG, might I tell you about interesting events happening in the Shroom State this week? In the Shroom State this week, we have now opened the form in which you can submit to join our Secret Santa. If you would like to draw something for another Shroomate, and or have your scrinkly, scrumblo, whatever you call them, blurbos, drawn by another Shroomate, there is now a Shroom State Secret Santa. What it means, or how that works, is if you just join the Discord and go to announcements, I have the details for doing that located there. Not I, Squiiji does. Bam. If you would like it. And when you fill out the form, you will provide, your preferred name that you want to be called, your pronouns, your character, things to the degree of, how you are comfortable with that character being depicted, how you are comfortable with the art you create for someone else being used, any phobias you may or may not have. That way we can prevent you from being matched with somebody where that may be related. And as of next, I think it's Wednesday, Eldritch EG will not. Squiiji, however, will start matching people up randomly. So you will randomly draw for someone. That doesn't mean that they're the person randomly that's drawing for you. It just means that's who you're drawing for. They're all going to be completely random. None of you will know who the person you are receiving art from is, but you will know the person you are drawing for. So, keep it a secret. Be secret. Keep secret. Can I just be reindeer? Sure. You can just be reindeer if you want. I'll just Santa Claus and party. We could do that also. I have a cute little Santa hat. I can loan you it if you would like. Elder God, may I, at a good point, get blessings on some dislight pools. See, I'm not sure if you have learned from the past or not, because you should just wait for Jubby to come home, is what I've learned if you need help for dislight pools. We can summon Jubby into here for some dislight pooling luck, but EG does not seem to be capable of presenting that to you. I, as an Eldritch Nightmare, can attempt. Never mind. Eldritch EG was not capable of attempting, because I'm back and I can't help you. I'm going to say, and it's not gonna work. The rare pools are for Jubby. Oh, okay, wait, sure. I can still try and bless your other pools. I'll try. I'll give it a shot. Hey, Shroomates, can you wind my head up so that way I can be relocated to my maximum power level? Relocated. Updated to? Yeah, there we go. Yep, okay, yep. I'm winding up. Keep going, hang on, I don't think that's enough. I need a little more. Yep, that helps also. That also helps. Do we think this is enough? Selma, This is like when they're putting cheese on your salad or on your pasta at the Olive Garden. You gotta tell me when it's enough. You gotta tell me when to stop. Do you mean recharge? Recharge may have been the word I was looking for. Potentially, maybe, unclear. Oh, wait, okay. I know you're doing this against me, so you can see inside of my head, but this time I'll accept it because we are trying to wind me up so I can perform a power of good. So I'll ignore the fact that I'm hollow currently. You know, I think that's probably actually good. You know, I'm gonna go... I've been incurring all of that spinny power, rotational power, all of that to you. Go. See if that works. See if rotating is the luck we needed. Someone gets luck to be fueled to the cult to worship EG more. No, that wouldn't make sense. I'm usually bad for luck. Silly EG noise. No, are you starting bingo already? No. No gold, but a shimmer rare though. Yeah, that's better than nothing, right? Hopefully, maybe. Funny considering you have to spin the record to pull. Ah, see, that's the technique. That's the technique. Was that our best yet? It probably was our best yet. Need you to put a tiny Gary in your model's head so when we rotate the bald head, it looks like you're a Gundam and Gary's a pilot. Oh, that's funny. I just have to fix the back of my head. I just have to fix it. I'm just missing a part right now because for some reason Vignon isn't recognizing it as a prop anymore and I don't know why. Same deal if you notice, like when I get food or drink, usually it would give me a cookie or a water bottle in my hand, but it's not anymore and I don't know why. They just like don't, it just doesn't understand them as objects any longer, unfortunately. Don't know. What about a tiny Jubby pilot? I don't think Jubby pilots me. If Jubby piloted me, I'd be about 80% more chaotic and it'd be strange. EG, have you and Jubby ever played It Takes Two? No, and we won't, because there is a particular sequence in that game that makes me so upset and distraught that we won't do it. I refuse on principle to play that game. I will not. I watched a streamer couple that I like play it, and I like wanted to cry about that. Is it the elephant? Yeah. Unnecessary stuffed animal abuse. Because the two people who are parents, the characters, just suck. They just suck. They suck. The whole point of the game also being two people who kind of hate each other being cursed that they'll get back together. Wild. Interesting as a concept. I'm sure it ends up being wholesome in the end, but I don't know. I don't know. By the way, would the deadline for Secret Santa be December the 25th, or could it be extended a bit in January? Don't I can pursue it as is, but do we have extended holidays for New Year? Okay, let me go back to the discussion of the Secret Santa. So, the deadlines for the Secret Santa, as I currently had placed them, were that you have until next, I believe, Wednesday. Let me open it. I actually have the form here at the ready. I can show you it. Maybe that'll be a better way of doing this. Let me grab the form so we may perceive with eyeballs. Let me go here. And then if I go, is it this room, maybe? Does this work? This does work. This room is kind of weird right now. I'm trying some things. What do you think? It's weird. It's kind of directional. So here's the form. I'm not viewing it as a viewer. Can I do that? Is that a thing I can do? I don't know how to do that. Anyways. Slanted. Yeah, look at that. There's directionality here. It's three-dimensional because I am Squiiji 3D. This is a lot of text. So, don't worry. I'll explain it to you. You won't have to read it. This is just so that I can see it and so you can understand what I'm reading. So, the form. This form that I have here, which I can just send in the chat if you want. Bam. Shorten that URL. That's way too long of a URL. Bam. 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 Bam! If you would like to join, there is the link if you would like to fill it out yourself. You have until the 20th to fill out the form. You have 10 days. At which point, I will start matching people after that day. I am hoping that I will have all of the assignments made by the 25th. In all likelihood, will probably all be assigned literally the next day. But that is just to give me a little bit of margin of error should anything strange occur. Around those days. Then, after that, you have until the 22nd, because the aim is to deliver them in time for the holidays, at least a couple of them. I actually did not check when, I think I may have used when Hanukkah started last year. When does Hanukkah start? I've spelled Hanukkah in a terrible manner because my keyboard doesn't work. Oh no! So I'm doing it on the last day of Hanukkah, which is I think that was part of my intent here. Okay, so 22nd is the day that I'm hosting the exchange. So that way it's sort of placed between holidays, maybe in a nice manner, mayhaps. Admire your self-control and not having 20 tabs open. You actually can't tell how many tabs I have open. You can't see. I'll have you know that I currently have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. I have 28 tabs open right now, so I appreciate you saying that, but I actually have way more. E.g., hey, don't worry, my computer can handle it. It's okay. I can have as many tabs as I want open, but I also have a program that suspends the tabs when I'm not using them. Currently down to 600. Al, I feel ya. You don't even want to know how many tabs I have open on my phone. No, it's not a miracle. No. Chrome suspends tabs. Chrome suspends tabs when I haven't used them for more than, I think, an hour. Like, it just freezes them, so it's not using processing power. So it's okay. I functionally am only using, like, 1 or 2 tabs at any time. Did I miss out on winged design submission? Technically, you never miss out on them. We will do another winged one in the future someday, some way, somehow. However, just for today, we already have all the ones pooled, though. 300 on Chrome browser? Yeah, I have probably, let me check. I can actually tell you how many I have open on my phone right now. Let's see. It's down. It used to be way higher. Yeah, I have 429 tabs open on my phone right now. That's good. Still barely have 10 at a time? Crazy. Yeah, it's okay. Don't worry. My phone's doing great. We're not having any problems. Everything's running normally as intended. And my voice is leaving for no known reason. Let's fix that. My phone shows any number other than the infinity symbol. I get stressed out. I know. I have to keep track of things. I lose things, and I don't like using bookmarks. I just like to leave the thing open. Don't worry. So, anyways, back to describing this, explaining the shroom state. What? Hello? No twos. Get out of here. The shroom state Secret Santa. So, further notes about the Secret Santa. Please only sign up if you are confident that you can have an artwork done in time by the 15th of December. I'm not saying that the thing you're making here has to be a full-blown illustration with a background and like something you spend 17 hours on. If it is a thing where you draw a cute little chibi thingamabob, if you draw whatever you would like, doesn't even have to be drawing. Whatever you create, if it's something you spend 5 hours on, that's fine. It does not have to be your greatest masterpiece ever. It just has to be something that you put some care and time and love into. On top of that, all artistic mediums are welcome, so it's not limited to just drawing. You could draw, you could traditionally paint, you could crochet something, you could sculpture, you could make dice inspired by the character, you could write music, you could 3D model. Any of those things are totally acceptable. Yeah, it's an artistic/creative Secret Santa. Art Fight EG Holiday Edition. Kind of, yeah, except for the fact that you're going to be assigned who you are working on, potentially. Oh my gosh, Nano skipped the line. Hang on, we'll have to add Nano into today, too. Thank you, Nano! We can rotate for Nano, we can clap for Nano for saving up. God, it's gonna be interesting. Are we gonna do winged critiques today? So we have to do Striker first, because Striker got to the skip the line first, but you'll be second then, I guess, before we get to the winged fellas. Yippee! Go work now! Is photo bashing allowed? Yeah, that's considered collaging. I would say that that's fine. As long as, like, you are still creating an image that is significantly modified from what the original source imagery was. Yeah, no, that's digital collage. That's fine. Don't worry about it. So yeah, also, secondarily on top of that, if you don't consider yourself a character artist, because mostly people are going to be submitting characters. Oh, hello, my hand? Whoa. What's that about? Oh wait, I know what that's about. Hang on. This? Come here. Participate. hang on. Wait, sorry, it's green. It'll be gone in a second. Mwah, there we go. Now it's fixed. So. Oh, cotton candy, skip the 2! Oh my gosh, if it said not today in all caps. Round of applause also for you. Cotton candy, if you want to have it today, you are welcome to, but if you're not prepared, that's okay also. I gotta write you all down. Hang on, so Striker, then Nano, then Cotton Candy Floss, dang! Everybody's saving up! Fia's 5k away. Oh man, you're getting close also. Winged Creatures officially moved to next week. No! Not quite! Not quite! Hey! So not ready, but impulse control is hard. No, that's totally fine. You're okay. We'll just keep record of it, so whenever you're ready, you just let me know. What was I saying? What was I? I was saying something. What was I? Oh. You are welcome to be totally creative with whatever you're creating for the Secret Santa 2. It does not have to be a drawing of a character. I know people are going to be submitting characters to have, you know, those characters be what is created around, but if you are not a character artist, you could, like, design a perfume, design nail art, make, like, a constellation, food packaging, an amoeba, just, like, something else fun, inspired by the character as well, if that is something that is more up your alley. I want this to be something that's fun, and let me tell you, as somebody who has received things like that for my character, people have made dice inspired by me. I think that was that Joan? I think Joan did that. Also, theoretically, there were a couple of other things. Oh, like somebody made a bracelet inspired by me and nail art inspired by me. Those were so sick. I love those. So don't worry, if you're making those, I promise people will be excited to have them also. Joan still has them. They're so cool. Wait, hang on. What? Wait. Chili also skipped the line. Chili, are you ready today? Or is this a skip the line for the future? This week's theme, line skippers. Oh my god, I may have to redo what we're doing today if that's the case. Although we only have 3. No, for future? Oh, okay. Hey, does anyone else want to skip the line right now for the future? Chili of the Valley. Bam, got it. Edward! Okay, I need a new post-it note. Hang on. Fresh post-it note just for all the line skips. So, who's ready? Striker is ready. Also, Nano Mino is ready. However, Chili the Valley and Cotton Candy Floss are not. Edward, are you prepared? Not even close ready, just want to feel included. Edward just wanted to flex to all of you of how many spores they have. Okay, Edward. Anyone else? Does anyone else? Right now, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 redeems, but we're only doing 2 of them today. That's so funny. We almost have 1 full stream of all just that. Totally redeem at the end of stream? Okay, I'll keep an eye out for you, Fia. Wait, how many skips ahead do we have for today? We just have 2. We just have 2, so we do have to lock in to try and get through all the other things that I have pulled for us today. However, I'll have to go find Nano submission as well. Got the spores, but nothing to critique. Totally fair! Wow! Let's give this a skipped line design critique now instead. No, it's not. No, not quite. Should say 50k spores on the alt. Good luck, Rex, if you really want to do that. I can't stop you, I guess. But what are you gonna do with that? Is that just gonna be a spore flex? That's just I can just dump 50k into something because I want to. Like, why? Why? You should torture me with spinning and other strange things. Instead. Oh, to sponsor someone. Okay, never mind. That's a good idea. If you're gonna sponsor someone, that'd be kind of you. And nice and supportive. Anyways, hang on. I gotta finish explaining this. I am so excited about all the skips though. Thank you guys for watching so much of me that you even can do that in the first place. That's crazy. Hang on, I gotta finish my notes or I'm gonna totally lose what I'm trying to do. So, after my previous notes, all skill levels of creators are absolutely welcome to this event. If you are sitting there thinking, oh man, I'm not an artist, I can't participate in the Shroom State Secret Santa, you are wrong. I'm sorry to tell you you're wrong. Actually, I'm not sorry to tell you you're wrong. I'm actually overjoyed to tell you that you're wrong, because you absolutely can and still should join. Because even if you spend a couple of hours making something that is coming from the heart, I promise to you, everyone will love something like that. It is so endearing to have things drawn by anyone. So do not put yourself down. These do not have to be masterpieces in any quantity of the word. It just has to be something you spend some time on and something that you'd be happy to give to somebody else as a little gift. So don't worry too much. I would love for everyone to participate who can. Yeah. So, yes, also, yeah, like writing, music, jewelry, perfume. Yeah, everything goes as long as it's art. Except AI usage is not permitted. This should not come as a surprise to any of you. If you've been around these parts at all, you should know that that does not come as a surprise. No AI usage, none at all,
Gary
zero.
needs sport too. How else would Gary pay the concrete man who rides his concrete fan down the street for the very fresh and tasty concrete? This is your reminder to pay your local shrooms, and that shroom is Gary.
That's true. Gary is Shroom. Shroom is Gary. These are true. Gary, are you saving up your sports? I don't know what you're trying to buy. But it is good to save. That is responsible of you, my son. If you don't have a character drawn yet, but just have a written description, can you submit that for Secret Santa? Didn't just create another cast of characters on their webcomic idea. I'm sure you totally did not do that, Ryoku. I'm sure you totally did not. If you have a written description and maybe some sort of, like, Pinterest board or something to guide someone with, and you are okay with the idea that they're going to design a character that could totally be not what you're expecting, but is still based on those things, then yeah, sure. Just be aware that it may come out very different than what you're picturing. But yeah, that's totally fine. That's okay. Deanna sips the line for the meta joke, critique your 2.0. You know, I guess we could. We could critique my design for that, maybe. But, yeah, so no, that's fine. I think I saw Nano also say something about a Pinterest board. You just have to be okay if you're gonna submit something that loose. You just have to be okay with the thing you receive being whatever they interpret that to be, essentially. Gotta be okay with that. So, as I was saying, no AI under no circumstances. You will be kicked from the Discord if you do participate in AI nonsense, and I will ban you from my YouTube and from my Twitch, and I'll probably also block you on Twitter. Not that that does anything, really, but I just in the principle. Don't be dumb. Don't do it. It's not worth it. Don't do it. Then also, we are not permitting you to commission someone else to create the artwork that you are submitting as far as like the thing you're creating for somebody else. We are looking for you to create it, because if you are commissioning somebody else, then we get into a whole bunch of debacles about, you know, what is allowed to be done with that artwork. We got to get permission from that other artist about it. Then we get into other things with deadline where, you know, a month, which is what about we're going to have, is a very tight deadline for most commission artists. We don't want to risk them not delivering on time. So we're going to avoid that risk. We're all creating the things that we're submitting to, you know, be the thing that we made for somebody else as something we made ourselves, personally. Where is this form? I will send it to you again. Cat form again. I think I saw Hoshi saying, can I do this? Yes, you can. Just click on the link here. Bam. If you would like. There you go. Wood chipper more like? Make more paper out of them. Yeah, I'll put you in the wood chipper. I'll put you in the wood chipper if you decide to use AI nonsense. Don't do it. So, the other things, if I'm going through here, you know, we're gonna need a name. Does not have to be your legal name. That's just your preferred name. Whatever name you want us to call you. Pronouns, so I can refer to you properly. Method of contact. We're only accepting Discord, Twitter, Blue Sky, and email, because those are the ways that I'll be able to contact you. Give me whatever that detail is down here. Submit your reference art. You can give details about your character, like their name, relevant concepts, or like background details, ways you are comfortable with them being depicted. So if you are not okay with them being depicted in certain poses or certain clothing or things like that, this is where that kind of information goes. Are there any topics you, the person who will be doing some drawing for someone else, would be uncomfortable with creating art containing? Doesn't have to be drawing, I just keep saying drawing, but creating art in general involving, listed here. So like if you have a phobia of spiders, if you don't like drawing gore, if you are not confident in your ability to draw mechs, type those things here. Let me know. That way we can make sure you're paired up with somebody who will meet your abilities properly, perhaps. Yeah, make sure to include if you don't want the OC to be depicted in a not safe for work format. I doubt Shroomates are going to do that anyway, because I can't show that on stream. Maybe I should make a note of that. No, not safe for work. You can do artistic nudity as long as the person is okay with it, but I can't show that stuff on stream, unfortunately. That is the end. We are going to have our, like, Shroom State Christmas party, and we're going to deliver these during that point in time. So, do alert of those things. Yeah, TOS friendly only, please. I'm begging you. Then you also to tell us what ways you are comfortable with the art you create for this being used. So, if you only want to be used for personal, just tick this box. Personal use just means that they can hang on to it themselves. If they are not somebody who's like a content creator in some way, they can probably still use it as like a profile picture or anything like that. That'd be okay. There's also, you can say that they can use it for a profile picture, they can use it for like edited graphics like YouTube thumbnails or memes or something. They can post it to their social media by crediting you. Also, there is commercial use if you don't mind if they just stick it places where the artwork itself is not being sold, but the content the artwork is involved in does generate income, mayhaps, potentially, maybe. Oh, hi, Web. Hi, Web. I think Web has rated us on YouTube. Hi. Welcome in. How are you, Web? Shroomates, can we rotate for the raiders, please? To welcome them in. I'm amazed that it notified me. It doesn't always. Seems like YouTube particularly likes you, because I think it's notified me when you've rated me before. And also Vil it is positive towards, which I am appreciative of. I'm good. Welcome. Hi, I'm Squiiji, freelance artist Fungi, art educator. Right now I'm explaining that we are doing a Shroom State Secret Santa. If anybody's interested, I'll be pinning the form to join in the chat shortly if you would like. But, oh, YouTube gave me ads? No, why would I do that? That's cruel. Shrimp State? No, not Shrimp State. There's no shrimps in here. The shrimp is not creating the art for this Secret Santa at all. Will you be my Santa, or you will be my Santa? Maybe. Depends on the luck of the draw. It's all random, so depending on how many people join, your odds may be higher or lower. Because I am participating in this. I will be somebody who is involved in it. I'm drawing for at least one other person, potentially, maybe. We'll see how many. Because, secondarily, if I scroll down a little bit further, there is an option to be a pinch hitter, which means if we need another submission because somebody wasn't able to deliver theirs in time, or because there's something missing, you're okay with drawing a second one, maybe in a short period of time. I have volunteered to be a pinch artist here, where I may draw a second or third as needed. Little illustration. They're not gonna be crazy, but it'll be something cute, so you get something. And I believe Rex and Nano have also already volunteered to be pinch hitters as well. But if you're okay with throwing a second one, do take that box also, maybe. Well, what did you do? What did you do on stream? Did you... I don't think you told me. What were you up to? Will you be tweeting this form out? Want to retweet and send to art friends? Yeah, I am going to tweet it out. You do have to join the Discord to participate, however. So you will not be able to just click the form from Twitter, which is how I am trying to limit the potential for people to come in and be scammers in some capacity. My fear with putting it on Twitter is that people will join and then not participate just because they want free art of their character. So I am going to post it on Twitter because I do want to open it up to people in like the broader community, but they do have to join the Discord server to get the link. So it'll be a link to the exact place in the Shroom State server where you can have the link. Yeah. Disclaimer, one person receives an illustration from me, the others receive an emote. Ah, there you go. Okay, that's totally fine. Rex, you don't have to tell them. You don't have to tell them. You can keep your secrets. They get what they get, and they don't get upset. It's a gift. Scammers will be thrown into a vat of wet concrete. Yes, and potentially devoured by my son as a result. Yes. Oh, next door, thank you for subscribing. I appreciate it. I hope you enjoy your ad-free experience and your rotation. You also only get one of those Prime subs a month, and I'm honored you do it for me. Little hello to me. Thank you. Back-to-back streams of Repo, then Peak. Whoa, you are friend gaming maxing. Did you peak, Web? Did you reach the peak? Did you climb as high as you can? I'm terrible at that game. I'm not much of a platformer, but I've played that game a couple times with a friend. I'm just so bad at it. We've never made it past the winter area. I don't even know what it's called. And if we get the tropical area, it's just doom. Almost immediately. It's all downhill from there. Bad. I'm a good problem solver. I'm not good at assuming how far I can jump. Can we put in uncomfortable to draw? To also say not to prefer realistic human designs. I see mechs in that to me, but with humans, haha. Oh, yeah, yes, you can put that. Yeah, no, that's totally fine. Yes, put down, if there are things you are not comfortable with trying to depict in some capacity, put those down, and I can try and match you with somebody who fits that description otherwise. Don't worry. We'll find solutions for everyone. We'll find solutions. Reading the form and I see perfume, I wonder who that's for. Little old you, mayhaps? I also directly, I don't know if Enderium's here right now, but I mentioned amoeba specifically for Enderium also. Oh my goodness, so there's this saying a teacher of mine used to say, and it was, you get what you get and you don't pitch a fit. Yeah, you get what you get and you don't get upset. You're getting a gift drawn out or created out of the kindness of a shroommate's heart. You will be thrilled. I'm telling you. There's no other choice. You will be thrilled. It is the truth. I see inside your brain and I see the future and I know that you will be happy with whatever you receive. I know this to be true because I also have godlike powers also, maybe. Oh, but Web, if you and your fellows need to do things like eat or drink or maybe like snark me, please take care of yourselves. If you guys want to stick around, you're welcome to do so, but please look after your healths primarily, first and foremost. Wait, what if you aren't that good at drawing as of now but want to join? You can draw. You can do things that are not drawing as well. You could, if you wanted to, create something that is a fun little sculpture out of polymer clay. You could create like something that looks like a nail set you've doodled or a constellation based on something. You could, based on design. You could also make music or like make an extended like writing piece. If you wrote some poems about it, that'd probably be kind of cool too. There's a lot of options. Even if you're not confident in what you're working on, you could still do it. Dress up as a Labubu as someone's character? Yeah! Yeah! All art is delicious and delectable. So, do it, yeah. Except a stickman where they've done the best resemblance they could. Exactly! That's the point. We're accepting all skill levels here. And everyone will be so endeared and be so in love with anything that is created at any level. I will tell you, if you are nervous about joining, the Shroomates are so lovely and so kind and so supportive. They will be over the moon with whatever you make, I promise. Believe me, believe you me. A VTuber with godlike powers reduced to playing video games being a silly fellow on the internet? Impossible! I don't even play games, I just draw. I like play a game once in a blue moon. I'm not actually a god in my lore, I am just jesting. I just have a god that lives within me that appears sometimes and just tortures my form. Just a little bit, maybe. So you put in your user, does that mean the form is anonymous? Don't want your email to be shown. Yeah. You will be anonymous. The only person who will know, you only have to give me your email if that's the best method of contact for you. You can give me your Discord instead or whatever you want. The only person who will see your preferred name that you've given me in the form and whatever your method of contact is me. Just for my eyes alone. I offered the mods if they would like access to the form as well, but it doesn't seem like that might be especially necessary right now. So I will let you know if that changes, but I don't think we're gonna need to do that. I'm handling it. I got it handled. Don't worry. I'm ready. I'm ready. Someone who draws all the time and is pretty confident in my artistic ability, ecstatic about getting a gift of any form. Exactly! I love them all! I love everything that I've ever seen that somebody has drawn for me, because the thought that they took time out of their day to draw a thing for me? That's crazy. That's wild. I'm already so thrilled about that. I feel like we receive a candidate we're not comfortable with drawing, can we swapsies? If that is the case, then I may swapsies mine to you, just for ease, but do let me know immediately. Make sure that you are filling out this section appropriately though, so we can try and avoid that if possible. The things that you are uncomfortable with, try and be as thorough as you can, and I will do my best to match you with somebody who will be okay for you to draw, or create some content around. I will say, it may not be perfect. We may have to go a little bit outside of our comfort zone, and I'm not saying that as far as having to draw things that you have a phobia of, or things that will actively disturb you, but I'm saying that in terms of, I'm not that confident in drawing mechs. You may have to, it may be a good opportunity to practice drawing a mech. Maybe. We may have to be a little bit flexible with some of these things, depending on how many entries there are. But we will see. Yes. my Discord handle, only wanted to ask us some Google Forms, show your email. Yeah, no, I'm not collecting emails in this form, other than if you decide to give it to me. The form does not collect email, so don't worry. Don't worry, I'm keeping you all safe, which is why we're doing it this way also, so that way nobody's information ends up in hands other than mine, and I am a morally upstanding citizen, so I will take care of all of you and make sure all of you stay safe. You put Discord as contact, you need to be part of your Discord server. Optimally, in order to participate, you need to be a part of the server. If you are under 18 and therefore cannot join the Discord server, that's going to be a case-by-case basis. So, like, Hoshi is welcome to participate. Hoshi is very morally upstanding as a Shroom State citizen, and therefore has been given permission to participate without being a Discord server member. I will contact Hoshi by whatever forms necessary to relay this information. But Crystal Lichar, optimally, we would want everyone to be part of the Discord, just for ease of communication also. Discord server public? I thought it was sub only, or am I a silly fool? I don't want to call you a silly fool, because that's mean, but it is public. Be nice to yourself, you're not a silly fool. There's no bad questions here. But yeah, it is public, it is public. Here, you want to join? Get in here. Get in here if you want. Ah, too slow. I was quicker in typing the words. Here, YouTube chat if you guys want into. Bam, there you go. So, that is all of the details about it. Do also note, you do have to tick these boxes, which are not legally binding, but they are shroomularly binding. I will torture your form by embedding you into concrete, allowing my son to eat you if you tick yes on these boxes and then don't follow through. The boxes are: I understand I must create artwork for this event for myself, and that creating something with AI or commissioning someone else to create is not permitted. You have to understand that. Say that you understand and agree and will not be doing any of that nonsense. You also tick the box that is saying that you are confident you can complete the artwork before the due date of the 15th of December. Please, I beg. Just got in. What's the form for? Shroom State Secret Santa. If you would like. Concretely binding. Squiiji, can the artist use the art for portfolio? I would say so. If you create whatever the thing you create, you could put it in your own portfolio. I would imagine so. I would say that's probably fine. I can't see any reason why it would not be fine in my own mind, but if other people have reasons, maybe let me know. Saturn devouring his son, but it's Gary eating a scammer. But the scammer is not Gary's son. But yeah, it's somewhat comparable. Yeah, I could see. Yeah. But yes, there we go. So yippee! That was our housekeeping for the day. It's been an hour. Sorry. We should get started so that way we can get through all of our lovely submissions today. Because we have 2 skip the lines to start with, and then we have at least 3 we have to get through for the thumbnail. So we can do a couple of winged VTuber designs. So, let me move us into the correct area. Yeah, there is a black flash happening, and I don't know why.
Mama told me not to waste my life. She said, spread your wings, my little butterfly. Don't let what they say keep you up at night. And if they give you shh, then they can walk on by my feet. Feet can't touch the ground, and I can't hear a sound.
If they give you shh. Thank you, Gary. Gary, I love that you have a topical song choice for every themed stream that we have. It's very good. I appreciate you doing your musical research for us. Yeah, I don't know why the flicker occurs. It happens on some streams when I use certain overlays, but not others. Shh. Ah! Okay, I can speak once more. Here I am. I adored that screen tradition, so cute. Thank you, I made it myself. I animated it. Already must Eve have a good one. Thank you also. Enjoy your snark memes. So. To get us started here, we are doing VTuber design critiques in the Shroom State today. And in order to do so, we are going to use the critique form, otherwise known as the rubric, that I have devised for our evil purposes. They're not actually evil, our purposes are mostly morally upstanding. And we have created this rubric so that way we can be as objective and unbiased as possible when we are critiquing VTuber designs. Each VTuber design can receive up to a total of 10 points in the 5 categories of color palette, silhouette, complexity versus clarity, focal point, and concept and motifs, with a potential opportunity to receive 3 bonus points as well. 2. Receive full points for color palette. The palette should be cohesive, interesting, contrast should work at a distance, the color placement should support the focal point, and there should be a strong color hierarchy present. You will get no points for palette if the palette has major instances of low contrasting, clashing, or overwhelming choices, or if the hues or values should just be completely revisited. 4. Silhouette. To get full points, the silhouette should be unique and easily identifiable in and of itself. Think of Miku, think of Mario, think of Sonic. Think about how those are characters we can identify based on their silhouette alone. That is truly a testament to the power of their silhouettes in a lot of ways, and we want you to have that power as well as a VTuber. You will receive no points for silhouette, however, if the silhouette is non-distinct, blob-like, or just needs more definition overall. 4. Complexity versus clarity to get full points. The level of detail should be appropriate to the medium. This level of detail can vary depending on whether your design is a chibi or is the typical 6 heads tall. It can also vary depending on whether you are a live 2D VTuber, a PNG tuber, or a 3D VTuber, but it should be appropriate. And those details that are present should be specific and support the concept and focal point. I should be able to turn you into a marketable plushie as well, without removing all of the elements that make you clearly identifiable yourself. You will get no points for complexity versus clarity if the design is distractingly complex or too simple to the point of genericness, or I just can't make you into a marketable plushie in a way that leaves you recognizably yourself. 4. Focal point to get full points. The primary focal point should be well executed. The viewer should be first drawn to look at the face. That is the primary focal point, because the face is how we form a connection with somebody we are watching. It's how we can see somebody else emote, and the eyes are the window to the soul. Then you can visually explore the rest of the design. There can be secondary and tertiary focal points, but the face should be primary. You will receive no points for focal point if the primary focal point of the face is not at all focal due to low contrast, over-under detailing, or just being completely outcompeted by other elements. And finally, for concept and motif, to get full points, the concept should be clearly, creatively, and thoroughly explored and supported by motifs. I should be able to determine key conceptual aspects just by visually exploring your design. These aspects include things like your personality, your occupation, your motif choices, your fashion sense, your species. List could go on. I should be able to identify those things. You will receive no points for concept and motif if the concept is visually unclear, underdeveloped, or non-existent. You can receive up to 3 bonus points as well. Those bonus points can be awarded for having a compelling, unique, or otherwise well-executed concept, having unique, exciting art style, or if I put it on the fridge just because I like it. That's my personal taste category. Oh, these are the thumbnail fellas often. Yippee! Sorry, I wanted to get through all of that. I know there have been things appearing since I was speaking. Rex, thank you for getting bingo. That is our next order of business. If anyone would like to join the bingo, you can do so by clicking the link. Let me grab my bingo. And bingo was their name. Oh. We can play character design bingo. Let me grab that for YouTube chat as well. Bam. Bingo. Rubric, like those colorful cubes. Hey, twins, do you want to see, you want to see something? Bam. Oh, you know what I need to do? I need to update that emote for Rubric 2.0, because that's Rubric 1.0 still, and it'll be more colorful with this one. It kind of is the colorful cubes. We are doing Rubric's cube, as I have unfortunately accidentally said in the past. Whoops, hang on, pin this? Pin that. Bam, thank you, YouTube. Love it. Thanks. So there we go. Yeah, you may rotate the cube to your heart's content if you would like. It does enjoy the spinning. It does help power it up further. Might need to leave. I'm unsure if I took my anti-seizure stuff. Oh no! Take care, Moss! I hope you're okay! Make sure you take your medications, shroommates, if you have not. If anyone needs to take a medication, please take it. Yesterday I did the same thing where I had my medication I was supposed to take on a plate, where I was eating my food that I needed to eat before taking it, but I was watching something while I was taking it, or while I was eating, and I snapped back to reality and the pill was gone, and I was like, did I take the pill? Did I accidentally eat the pill? Did it get stuck to the food I was eating? Did it fall off of me onto the floor to some location I can't find it? You chewed it? I don't know. It's not a very big pill. And I feel like I would have noticed if I chewed it. And I didn't see it anywhere else. So I don't know where it went. It's the kind of pill that would have been okay if I chewed on it. It would have been fine. It's the kind you can break in half, so like it wouldn't have been a problem. But it would have been bad if I took double, so I was like, well, I guess this is my life now for the next 10 hours. Anyways, hang on. Me hydrate and have snack. Thank you for taking care of EG health. Don't worry, look, I'm drinking water. And I will have a cookie, because I've noticed something strange, which is that my pumpkin seeds that I have, my toasted pumpkin seeds, they make me cough when I eat them. What's that about? Why does that occur? I wonder. New allergy unlock. God, I hope not. That better not be what it is. I swear to God. Oh, I should eat the cookie and not just pick it up and set it down right on top of my list of people who have skipped the line. That's a really good thing to do. There we go. Okay. Probably just dry. Maybe, but I always drink water when I'm eating them. It could be. It's just trying to eat them while I'm streaming. I'm like, I really don't want to be coughing while I'm live if I can avoid it. Let's see, we have one last thing. Which is Gamba. Today's Gamba may be a struggle. We'll find out. How many models will we crit today? Is the usual question for Mondays. Will this or will it not be impacted by the fact that we just yapped for over an hour? Potentially, but I would hope not. I'm gonna hope we can lock in. Nope, 8 is not the next number that comes after 5. That's good. Good work, EG. Counting is maybe not my strong suit today. There we go. And you've got 30 minutes to make your prediction if you would like to be in some way maybe inclined to increase your spore ownership or decrease your spore ownership. You gotta be okay with both options. To crit or not to crit, that is the question. No, the answer is we are going to crit. That's the answer. We are going to. The crit is going to happen. Got dragon on my bingo card. Wait, did I get dragon on my bingo card? Here, we'll get started. Please, 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 please. Please, 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 please. You are a mythological creature. Dragons aren't real. Please, no, no, no. No, I didn't get it. But if anyone got dragon, you were off to a strong start already. So, we're going to start today with Striker. Striker Venom of Shroom State origin. Whoops, sorry. I've got an extra capital letter here. Let me get rid of that. Whoops. Striker Venom of Shroom State fame is here. We've actually critiqued Striker's design before, I think over the winter. So let me pull up your old design actually, so we can see what has changed since then. Just so that I'm not being redundant if it's stuff that I've already talked about, or so that way we can see what you've modified since then to commend you on a job well done of modifications. Let me see, if I scroll down to S, what are the odds I find you in the S area? I have so many submissions though that it may take me just one moment. And I would have opened it before I started if I was smart. But I was in the shower and also struggling to put my pants on. Let's see. Oh wow, there's so many S names. Oh yeah, wait, have I critiqued your design twice? Oh no, just once, okay. Okay, so I'm gonna move this over here, and then I'm gonna focus, whoops, spoilers, hang on, more spoilers. Zoom you in here, and let me see here. I think this has my edits on it already from before. You got a 7 out of 10. I'm gonna reread your blurb because you didn't have a blurb here again. Upgraded to a Royal Dragon Knight. Okay, so Royal Dragon Knight. Trying to go for a Dragon Knight character, I guess Royal now. Like the Tanker Defender classes in video games, inspired by FFXIV character. XIV, Final Fantasy XIV. I know how to read Roman numerals. Red Eyes Black Dragon from Yu-Gi-Oh! Could as many of the Red Eye variants, but want to look cohesive. Okay. So I can tell there have been some pretty specific modifications made since you were last here with the design. Your crest on the top of your head is a lot more specific, and I will say, just me, personally, as somebody who enjoys viewing armor, I am a fan of the fact that you've gone for pauldrons now on the design. However, I think you've removed a lot of the exaggeration that was present before. Like, you had armor that stood pretty well off the edge of your arm, but now it's a lot more flush to the body, and you've got these, like, silks going out the arms, which I guess is trying to make you look a little bit more regal, perhaps, because you are now a princess, question mark? You are now royalty in some capacity. Remember them? Yeah. We probably remember seeing Striker's design before. I can't remember what's going on here were things that I'd edited. Let me just toggle stuff off real quick. Okay, so I just pushed the orange more throughout. Oh my god. Past tense EG? Why did I add so many layers? For the love of God. Oops, that's the ladder. We don't need that. Don't know what this is. Okay. Final Fantasy project I'm doing, this one is Yoshitaka Amano inspired. Ooh, okay, I see. Alright. I love Yoshitaka Amano, by the way. Red Eye Black Dragon, Dragoon War flashback. Red is a commonly associated Dragoon color, too. Okay, so, generally, in comparison to where things were before, I think the number one thing that's standing out to me right now is that the details feel less specific, unfortunately. Some of the gold trim that you had in your wings and on the armor on your legs felt very specific. And it was helping you to feel more regal. Where here, we've lost it. And then as a result of that, like, the wings aren't as specific, they feel just a tad more generic as a result. The armor on the shins doesn't feel as specific anymore, because here you had, like, these, like, little repeated crests that mimic the shape of your hair ornamentation, but we don't have that here anymore. We don't have that repetition of these particular types of shapes. So I would want you to probably bring something like that back. And oddly enough, as it feels, I know that you are going for a more royal theming, you feel less armored than you did before as well. And the amount of armor present here sort of made sense for somebody who was trying to be a little bit tankier. But here, the quantity of thigh that is out, while it is probably something Final Fantasy would do, Amano does not care about legs being covered and being safe, I have noticed. But just, like, for practicality's sake, in a design where you are meant to feel tanky in some way, if that is still the intention, then I think you need to bring it just a little bit higher up the leg again. I'll do a little bit of paint over and grab your colors here. So, like, even if it just came up to, like, here again, we could still do a nice little sliver of thigh, perhaps. But especially if we gave a little bit of, like, weight to it so that it comes out off the edge of the leg a little bit, too. That would be nice for making you just feel a little bit more armored. Similarly, I do think we need more exaggeration, where because we lost some of the shapes that are happening here around the knees, it doesn't feel as exaggerated. If you just flare these out again, like you have the sides of your, whatchamacallit, your, like, crests on your head, that would make it feel more specific. It would add a little bit more exaggeration, which I think we are in need of. It would add a little more specificity to the armor as well. Almost feels like spurs in an interesting way, but they wouldn't really be dangerous to you because they're only in an area of your body where you already have some armor on. Right. Bro will get injured at vital limbs. No, not right now. No, we're gonna solve it. We're gonna solve no injuries in vital limbs. We're gonna make sure of it. Hang on, so this will come up here then, also, potentially, come off the edge of the leg. I do think that reducing the quantity of trim is maybe not the worst decision, but I do think you may have pulled back the amount of trim just a little bit too much in this version, where some of this gold edge on here just made it feel like this armor is a little bit more special. It's a little more important. So let me come back in here and just hatch maybe a little bit of marks back in. Not saying this is exactly how and where they should be placed, but just for a little bit of detail, potentially. Reference I still had a lot of silks and fabrics, even for tank characters. Yeah, Final Fantasy sure does do that. Yeah, they do. It's okay. We can have silks and fabrics. We just need to make sure that the armor feels like it's counterbalancing enough. So, like, I am a fan of the fact that we've gone for real sharp shoulders, but, like, What if more? What if even bigger, sharper shoulders? We need a little more exaggeration, perhaps. Make you well and truly dragonous. And you could even bring these up to like sharp points as well. Just sort of continue that shape that's going around the edge of the shoulder. These elements that are sort of around here could be just widened, so that way this feels like it's an armored part around your arm that's maybe just ornate. And then this piece feels a little bit more like a plate of some sort. So that way it seems like, okay, maybe the armor cuts off at the elbow, so that way you have better range of motion and agility in your arms without the weight. But for the upper body, we're keeping things well armored. The funny thing also that we've seen as a change here is you went from having your heart, your chest region, defended by armor, even if the chest plate was just like leather or something, to it not being defended, where we now have much bigger cutouts in the chest. And I know that we are going for a little bit of a lore, mayhaps, but another one of those like practicality sake things that is going to be, that would probably bug people, is the fact that the chest is out in those areas, and the fact that this is so form-fitting in the torso. I'm wondering if you may be able to get away with it if we had clearer plates in the body to sort of counterbalance it. Be blinded by our personalities or unable to strike. Blinded by the personalities. These two? These personalities? Back to the window in action. Yeah! Yeah! Pretty scale-like armor could work. Make it the gold or bronze in the arm and drapes. Yeah! Scale mail might be another interesting angle. That's true. I think that could possibly be beneficial here. Plates out of fused quartz so it's transparent. Whoa. Fancy. Maybe. That could be an interesting angle if you were to do some sort of like textured rendering in this area. Although I don't know how effective quartz would be as armor. Quartz is pretty hard, I think, right? How impact resistant is quartz? But anyways, I do think if you had more defined plates in this region, even if you're going to have that window, we may be more likely to accept this opening than otherwise. So that may help with being a step in the right direction as well. Let me grab this gold and distribute it just a little bit more too. Where there's some of it in these sort of like bits on the shoulders, but you could probably still use like a little more detail somewhere here within in that gold, so you feel truly regal as a result. I do wish you still had some of your decorations that are on here, where I'm not going to go back and completely re-render them, but I do think that that's something that should come back. And if you're trying to feel like especially regal, especially fancy, you could have it so that, you know, there's a little bit more jeweling going on, where right now we've made you much more battle prepared maybe. But we can still have a balance where you can be battle prepared, but maybe you're wearing armor that looks more like it is meant for ceremonial usage than otherwise. Or have a chest plate removable with a toggle. Oh, interesting. Make you a good clock? A clock? What? How do I balance an inspired look to a realistic look, though? I feel like even if you just had a little bit of the plate armor, that might be enough just to make it balanced enough? Potentially? Like war outfit than ceremonial outfit? That sounds cool. Yeah, like if you had an outfit that felt a little bit more ceremonial, that might work. Simple Insol's just chainmail underneath. Let me look up some Yoshitaka Amano art, though, to see. I don't know if he is partial to doing that. I mean, because the struggle we're going for here is you could just design your character the way that Yoshitaka Amano designs masculine characters. Because unfortunately, all the feminine characters I can think of that I've seen illustrations of by Yoshitaka Amano do have a good bit of skin out, but the masculine characters don't tend to. They tend to be pretty well covered and pretty practical in their armor, despite the overwhelming quantity of belts and stuff. Oh, we do have some full arms out, maybe. Interesting. Oh, quartz is used in clocks. I see. Yeah. Idea for a toggle. Full armor with all the gold spreading out to be full ceremony. Ender got there first with the toggle idea. Yeah. I mean, you could have it so that there is a version that is more ceremonial and a version that is more battle ready. But I do think that some of the gold needs to come back just for interest. It feels just a little bit like something's missing without it, having seen this version and then this version. Potentially. Liked both designs, though. Yeah! Here, I have a question for Ruraku, particularly. The way that the fabric is draped around the waist here, I'm guessing that it's one cloth where it's tied together here, and it's just flowing all the way around the body. Is there maybe a better way of handling this piece of cloth, or is this a normal way of doing it? Or like a way that makes sense visually? Something about the shape of it feels odd to me a little bit, and feels like it maybe not especially functional. But once again, that's like a trouble. No, it looks great. Okay, good. That's why I wanted to ask. Using the bronze gold as a more frequent trim. Yeah. We're gonna bring that back as a trim, I think. But okay, that's why I wanted to ask. If it doesn't bug you, then I think it's probably fine. There may be something just to do with the shape of it that's making me feel some ways about it. I wonder if only we were to see that there's something being worn under here that we may believe that, because like to me, I'm kind of reading this as a chest plate, and then this is the only thing on the bottom part of the body, and somewhere in my head I'm worried that there's nothing underneath, although I would imagine there is. And if I'm thinking about where the pelvis would be, the legs are gonna meet like right here. It's not hiding very much, so even if we could just see that there's a hint of something being worn underneath, maybe that might be good just to have. Yeah, no, maybe it's just setting off a warning. Looks like thicker fabric. You want it to look thinner, like silk or linen, needs to be less puffy and more draped. Maybe that's what I was thinking, in that it does feel like a curtain almost to me, which, you know how when people do those real fancy curtains, they'll sort of get that like scalloped curtain-y thing with all the perfect folds in it? It does feel thick almost, and I wonder if making it thinner may also feel a bit like... The nobility uses thicker fabrics too, I guess. I guess it could be a matter of taste, but it's okay. Either way, I think is okay. Bronze scale idea should come back to underneath the shirt too. We could do that. I feel like the best place to put the scale mail might be on the arms right now, where you don't have to do it with a bright color, but even if you just had like the subtle texture of there being scale mail worn under here, because that'll be flexible. That's not as heavy as other things may be, but it's still a dragon reference, and it's better protection as well, perhaps, which would be good. This is maybe just also an art question. Oh wait, no, it does go underneath. I was having a bit of a clarity trouble with the upper body, but I'm just guessing a lot of it's because this is more of like a concept sketch than it is particularly finished artwork maybe. But I wasn't realizing that this is the wings going behind the body. So I'm just gonna go like this just for my own purposes, but I'm going to imagine that once this would be turned into an actual model or actual design for some usage, there'd probably be some shading happening in these areas to provide the clarity that we're lacking right now. There we go. Also just gonna darken probably a lot of the inside of this just so I can see it a little better. There we go, let me blend it out. Baby. Scale mail, not snail mail. Did the did the text closed caption thing say snail mail? Or are we just making a joke about the fact that it's faster than snail mail, potentially? Because honestly, either would make sense. There we go. I just needed to be able to see that area of the body a little bit, perhaps. But there we go, okay. That seems to be helping. I do think some of the critiques I made here still stand, where it may be nice to have more hue shifts in the undertones of things, but once again, this I think is just a concept drawing, so the fact that they are not currently present, that might be okay. Just bring them back in the future, mayhaps, where maybe we have a hue shift from cool to warm in the upper body. The yellow and oranges that are throughout all of the rendering are nice, however. Let me see. What else do I have here? It does seem like a lot of stuff I had mentioned before has been accounted for in some capacity, though, which is good, which I'm happy to see. Oh, silhouette. I mean, silhouette, honestly, I don't think you had much trouble with silhouette before. You were a little bit symmetrical in your silhouette before, and you still are. But for somebody who is both a knight and royalty, those outfits tend to be symmetrical anyways. Depending on how you want the character to read, you could do the classic, we're gonna make one pauldron really big solution. I tend to love that. In character designs, it makes you really your characters look really strong. It also can help define what their dominant side is, especially if they're going to be somebody who has like an axe and a shield, or, you know, has a shield arm or something, where that arm doesn't need to be as maneuverable. It can be kept closer to the body and doesn't have to be thrown all over the place, but then it can act as something that's defending the body a little bit more. Cloud Strife moment. Yeah, Cloud Strife only has one pauldron. He's missing one. He's missing one because he's wearing his hand-me-down soldier outfit that isn't his. EG had Drop Shadows mark off. Let's go. There you go. Yeah. Bingo. I'm helping you with your bingos. Don't worry. So, okay. But that's an option if you want to increase asymmetry. But honestly, the level of... The silhouette strength as it is pretty okay to me. Me want me to start filling things out. So, silhouette strength. It's okay. For your colors, I would like more variety in your undertones as far as the like black values go, and I do think that more of that gold needs to come back just sort of proportionally, but it's not too bad. For level of detail, I do think we need more details back. I think we lost too many. Here, I think it was over detailed, and now in the current version, we're a little bit under detailed. We're gonna find that sweet spot, I promise, but we're getting closer. And I would say often in most cases, being a little under detailed is still preferable to being a little over detailed. Especially as we're sort of mimicking Yoshitaka Amano's style. That fella has no qualms about being a little closer to the over detail end. For focal point, that's a question. Let me turn off my edits. You know, I would say that the head is focal. Somewhat. Mostly just because I think there's more colors happening in one area in this part of the body than anywhere else, but also because that blonde color is so much more straw-like in its undertone than other colors are. When I turn this on, I feel like it might be distracting from it a little bit, so we may have to push these just a little bit darker in the golds that we've picked. But yeah, the blonde is helping make the head focal for sure, and covering more of the thighs is also helping to push the head to be a little bit more focal, but it wasn't really a problem before. So I'd say you're doing a-okay. Let me come in here. Let me draw a ladder. I didn't do that yet, even though we already graded silhouette. Where is my line tool? There we go. Line tool. Give me a layer. There we go. Bam. Bam. Well, here, I'll do this foot. Bottom of foot. Not really aligned at the knee, but like kind of one. Maybe here? You've got these lines that are sort of cutting across the thigh. I don't know if I count that one, but the tip of this, bottom of this, these are sort of asymmetrical. The waist, you've got these like wrist cuff things. You've got these gems that are sort of breaking things up. You've got the underside of these shoulder bits, which lines up exactly with your bottoms of your hair. Tops of your shoulders, top of your, whoops, hang on, neckline and your chin. Your eyeball, hang on, I missed. Eyeball, your hair part, which is off center. This whole thing happening in the center of your head. The height of those smaller points, and the height of the taller points. Let me see, did I miss anything? This might be a line here too. That is sort of symmetrical. There we go, that seems right to me. Ladder! One thing I loved about his characters is the face tends to be focal. Yeah, Yoshitaka Amano usually is relying on the fact that he has not over-detailed sometimes, detailed the rest of the body to a degree that the head ends up being focal because it's a moment of rest. So you could do that if you want. You would just have to tone things down more on the face or on the head so that it works that way. But not all of them. Not all of them are that way. Oh! Hi, Vil! When did you raid in? I'm so sorry, was I locked in? How are you winging, EG? Oh, I'm certainly winging it, let me tell you. Let me just say, I am certainly winging it. We are looking at winged VTuber designs, but I'm Squiiji, freelance artist Fungi, art educator. Welcome in. Shrewbaits, rotate for the raiders, please. Welcome in, Plumies. How are you? How was your stream? I don't know if I saw what you were working on today. I don't know if I saw. I see Vil's schedule every single week. I see Vil's schedule every week, and I am racing against the clock to try and do a movie screenshot redraw of some sort. Vil stole my idea, I say, as if I had expressed it anywhere on the internet that I saw this challenge and was like, I'm gonna draw something from Advent Children. Which I am honestly just more cake to eat that Vil has drawn a screenshot from Advent Children. And I will potentially also maybe be drawing a screenshot from Advent Children, but I don't know yet. I may pick something else. We'll find out. We'll see. Good to see you. Good to see you too, Vil. How was your stream? Leaps of progress and blueprints? Hell yeah, we love to hear it. How close are you to finishing it? I know you had some good progress last time you played it too. Are you getting close? Are you getting really close? Are you almost there? How blue is that prince? Oh wait, I forgot how topical was last week. So I think we did we do blue Vtuber critiques last week? I can't remember what we did. It may have been, but that would make sense. Try to beat the game before day 10. Probably not possible, but I'm making people jealous of how well the runs are going. See, honestly, but that's what matters. Making people jealous is fantastic. Envious, more like. I've been interested by that game because I love a good puzzle game of some sort, but I snoop on you, and I feel like that's spoiling it for me and makes it so that it'd be unfair if I were to play it myself. Saw Winged Designs, and I was like, hey, that's true. You are winged. You do have wings. As do many of the Shroomates. The winged category has been very full. And funny enough, this is a skip the line critique that we're doing right now. So Striker didn't even have to have wings. Striker Venom, who is the design we're critiquing right now, it's not even this one. We are looking at Striker's current design. Whoops. Here. Didn't have to be winged. We just so lucked out that the wings related and made sense today. You fit the theme. Thanks, Striker. I mean, I already knew. I knew Striker was submitting. So that helps, but yeah. Awesome. Yeah! But, Bloomies, if you guys need to do things like eating or drinking or snarking memeing, resting your brains after the hard work of trying to triumph over blueprints, do it! Go for it! Take care of yourselves! If you want to stick around and hang out and you would like to help with the critiques, you are welcome to do so if you would like. Got my art tax for the movie redraw, but you saw it. I did see it, but you can still send it if you want. We can make the Shroomates look at it. Shroomates, do you want to see? You do, I promise. I promise you want to see. I tell you, you probably should. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Sure, send it to me, send it to me. Let's take a look. Look, they're there. They chant, they start. There's eyeballs. There's at least one requesting taxes. Pay up. Hurry, hurry. Oh, yeah, I gotta hurry and finish mine. I gotta hurry. It started. I'll maybe finish. We'll see. I am not quick with it these days, though. There we go. Now they're chanting. You all should want to perceive Cloud Strife. That's the thing that you should want in your hearts. We were just talking about him anyway, because he's got the one pauldron and not the other, for a nice little affordable asymmetry moment. Cute little asymmetry moment. We'd love to see it. Anyways, I will... Hang on. What was I grading? Oh, ladder. That ladder's fine. That ladder passed. I just needed to note that before I hide that there. Drug your venom. Your ladder's okay. Your ladder passes. Your ladder's fine. Is Discord not sending me notifications? Let me see. Oh, it's not! How mean and unkind of it. There we go. Thank you. Had to call it done pretty quick due to time. Glad to have it done under 4 hours? Are you kidding me? What? What do you mean under 4 hours, Vil? I was gonna say, are you crazy? You just are. What the heck? That's so fast! Look at this! That's a good redraw. What the heck? 2 2-hour streams. You're so efficient when you draw on stream. I admire your abilities. Look at this Cloud Strife! This is a good Cloud Strife. Got the spiky hair captured perfectly. We can see his eyes a lot more than we can in the original screenshot too. And I'm glad you simplified his wild sword situation that he has in that movie. Crazy good? Yeah! Tee-hee. Surely tee-hee, yeah. But thank you for sharing with us, Vil. This is sick. Get the world's slowest draw award? Me too. You and me both, Hoshi. Anything worth doing is worth doing slowly. I don't have the quickness in me. I can draw quick if I'm doing like a thumbnail, if I'm doing something good and silly, but if I'm gonna do like a full painting, I am not quick with it. Thank you, Shoemates. Of course! Thank you, Vil! Go drink your tea. Not forcing you to, but do the things you need to do to take care of yourself. Also, I don't want to hold you up because I know what vaguely of the hour that it must be for you. I know that the hour must be beyond the hour it is for me by at least 4, I think. If I'm doing any amount of math correctly. Also, slow artist mood. Yeah! Good luck, AG, you've got this. Thanks. I need the luck because I have a lot to get through today and I have not been quick. Hang on. Striker, what do you have left for you? Concept of motifs. Concept. Can I tell you're a dragon? Yes. Can I tell that you are, also, hang on, let me close the old one. Can I tell that you are also a knight? Also, yes. Royalty. Not as clear, I will say, unfortunately, if we were trying to get the royal angle. I think we do need a little bit of this coming back in. So I'd ask again, quick thoughts on the chibi design. Hang on, yes, I will get there. I will get there, but let me just finish the grade and then I will speak to that potentially. For the royal angle, I do think you need something more to give you that regality, where it may just be something as simple as needing to make this feel like more of a crown, where if you just had, they don't have to be spikes, but if you had like something like this or something, you may need a little more clarity. I'm just stealing your colors you already have. But that way, this element on your head becomes something akin to a crown that you're wearing. That may be enough so that way we think crown when we see the design that is there, as opposed to just being something that's decorating horns, maybe. Otherwise, you do have a cape on already. And it is in a royal color if you do associate royal capes with being red. You could always do the classic, we now have a little bit of that like fur trim situation happening. I don't know how much Yoshitaka Amano is into fur in his drawing philosophy. However, even if you just had like a little bit of it where we can see it that it's like what is holding your cape on over your shoulders, pick just like a color. Like in this area or something. Those would be two little shorthand things that could convey to us very quickly the royal element. There we go. Bam. And then maybe you have like something that shows that it's like holding this across on your body, or like you can see that it's like pinned through like here or something. But yeah, just little hints. Honestly, that already to me, just the collar is like, okay, well now clearly you're royalty. Clearly you're important because you have fur. So, there we go. One of the few times they credit the artist in the design critiques. I will say, I do appreciate you putting your artist credits directly on here. Striker, that is very nice of you to have that on there. We don't usually require it because you do purchase your rights to your model from people when you are a VTuber often, but it is still nice to have. We should provide credit to artists when we can. Optimally. So, grade 2, 4, 6, 7, 8.5. Look at that. Whole 1.5 you earned back there. Good work. And also a 1.5 higher on a more strict rubric as well. Good work, Striker! What if oneself is the artist? I mean, then we can just note that that's what's going on. And then you wanted opinion on the chibi here. The chibi is cute. The green eyes are really striking and they are helping with the focal point here a lot more than they help here. However, I do think that there's not very much clarity in the body right now, unfortunately. Just because it's a lighter color. If you want to make it clearer, I might suggest inverting and having the wings be this lighter color that the horns are and the armor a darker color. That way it feels like atmospheric perspective. It's going further back in space, it gets lighter, so it's further away from us maybe. But you could have just a little bit of shading where it's against the body maybe if you need further clarity. I do think that the mouth could maybe used to be a little bit darker because, you know, if you're gonna do a sprite model, sprites are usually viewed pretty small. We don't usually get to look at them very close. Maybe like this even. Usually they don't take up a lot of space on screen, which is part of the reason why they are sprites. And we do lose the mouth at distance, and the hair color and skin color aren't different enough that I can tell the difference between them on the sprite. I think the skin tone in this art is much lighter than it is here in the sprite, or it's just the saturated. So you may have to increase that contrast more to make this truly read from a distance. But I think it's cute. You've captured the silhouette pretty effectively, and, you know, the chibi style does work well with the fact that your head has a lot of good silhouette moments happening, which you have translated here pretty well. Or you, I mean, your artist you've commissioned has. But yeah, I would say that's the bulk of my thoughts here for this one. But thank you, Striker! We can do, I saw you guys clapping already. I will clap also now with my hands. Hooray for Striker! Oh, it's been another hour! Almost! Ah! I gotta lock in. I gotta be quicker. Now I gotta get Nanos. I think Nano sent it to me. Is that what you sent me, Nano? Plushified Sutsu, very important. All very important, true. Is that what you want me to critique? Nano? Question mark. Let me grab one. Let me see if you've submitted recently. I know you were redesigning at some point. I'll just grab the most recent one for now. The newest update is in the sent critiques form. Cool, thank you. Okay, wait. So let me grab it and then you can tell me if that is the most updated version it should be. Very winged, much approved. True. Grab you, skip the line, file, open. Let me find my skip the line folder. Beep beep. This one? Is this the correct one, Nano? Just wish to confirm before I start adding details. Looks at you. No? This is the most recent one I'm finding in the form right now. Did you submit under a different name? There's two wait. I have in the form. Nope, that's not you. That's somebody else entirely. Hang on. And then for you... No. Sutsu Traveler? Let me search for Sutsu Traveler and see. Yeah, no, I only have 2 responses from you in the form, and that's the second one. I can open what the first one is and see if that's correct. This one I actually already have downloaded, I think, somewhere. What? The form eats people sometimes, and I'm so sorry if that happened, because this is the other one that I have under your name in the form, which I already have downloaded because it was coming up for critique soon anyways. But I think this is actually older than this one, or not this one, that's not you, but then the other one was. How peculiar. How unusual. How strange. If you send me, resent it. Oh, perfect, thank you. There we go, okay. I'm assuming you're still Nano and I still know what your name is. Bam, there we go. Here's our most recent one now, thank you. I don't know why it was evil for no reason. This is Nano's character, Sutsu Traveler, theatrical idol from outer space. Let me move this to the front here. No wings to be had on Sutsu Traveler, but that's okay. We doesn't need to be for today. Let me, also, I didn't do my bingo for the last one. Hang on. Was there any other bingo I needed from Striker? Yeah, thigh highs. Light hair and pale skin, but it wasn't a trouble. I did add drop shadows. I definitely made silly noises. There is red in the hair, which is an unnatural color. Are your ears pointy? I actually don't think you have ears. Colored glasses, no. Keychains, yes. Clown or jester? Oh, wait! Oh, that's a theatrical idol, not necessarily a jester. Those are big sleeves? There we go, got it. Oh, I never took roll either. I even got email confirmed. What? That's so strange. Did you spell your name wrong? That's the only thing I can imagine would be the reason why I can't find you under Nano or Tsutsu, is if you spelled your name incorrectly. But let me take roll and then we'll lock in for you. Sorry I forgot roll again until we got in here, but if you have not already redeemed that you are here for the day, you're welcome to do so. Let me know that you're here for class. Let me go back in time. Oh, Striker, did I thank you for resubscribing at the beginning of stream? Thank you, if not. If so, you just get thank you times 2. Welcome back for 16 months! Yippee! There we go. Let's see who's here. Dia, Hoshi, Star, Luansin, Cotton Candy Floss, Edward, Rex, Striker, Mad Bun, Stevie Head, Panda, Chocorama, Knife Wife, Ballast Song, Selma, Michan, Art Fun, Chili, Nyabari, Amazing Ame, Alive Tooth Arrive, Refracted Fluff, Freeform, Ocnus, The Melofia, Kato Keto, Ox Machina, Masked Emerald, Ox Machina. One of these days I'll say your name right. I am so sorry. I don't know why I read it that way when it's not next to the letters EX. Sanazum. Dragoon. Still scrolling up. Wordy. Will. Fern, Nilo, Rex, a second time, but as an imposter. Fia, Amber, Moonlight Lapis, Innocent, Viridas, Corey, Marfabit, Vixen, Vixenfield, Witchweaver, and Nano. YouTube shroommates, you can just say that you're here and say hi if you would like. I see Game Loser and Silver Faye. I love a checkered sock. We love a checkered sock around here. Jazzy Cat, also, hello. Thank you guys for coming to class. Lurkers, don't worry, I got you marked down. Thank you for being here. Also, Pod Watchers, thank you for watching also. Hi, Callie, who is not Callie at all. You're not even slightly, even remotely Callie. Kerbar Guestbook, Becky got you. Also, hi, thank you for coming to class. Interstellar Eyes, also, hi. That kind of rhymed. Yippee, okay. So, Tsutsu Traveler, hey, Nano, real quick. Are the pronouns still the same situation here? There's no patch notes to the pronouns here? Still they, them? As soon as I find my ability to write. Bam. Yes, any goes? Let me make this bigger so I can actually see it. Bam. And then let me grab your create. Hey Rex, do you think this person we're critiquing the design of is still active? I thought it'd be funny to ask that for Skip the Line, fellas. I just thought it'd be funny. Don't worry, I know Nano's my mod. I know Nano's still around. Undebuted, yeah, not debuted yet, pre-debut. Yeah, Rex, double check for me real quick. Triples Flan! Thank you for following. I appreciate it. Why am I, like, torqued? Hello? I shouldn't be on an angle. What is going on? Can I, like, look forward maybe, please? Nope, not like that. That's not forward. Hello? Hello? Why am I rotated? Hello? Come back. There we go. Streaming on and off when I got time. Hell yeah! It does take a lot of time, though understandable. On debut, get out of here. No! Thank you for telling me you're joking, Amber. Okay, so I think we have all the details that we need here. So you are definitely very theatrical and very jester-like. And I do see a little bit of the outer space theming coming from these little star-shaped, ring-like bangles you have around the ankle and around the hair. I will say, I don't know if you picked a fantastic background color choice because it's making it hard to see these ones that are floating in the hair. Because those are doing more for silhouette than they are maybe alluding to with how much contrast they have right now. Unfortunately, but that's okay. Sorry, don't worry about it, it's okay. But that's just notes. Want to have just a PNG? Sure, if you want to give it to me, I'll take it. I'll never say no to a PNG. If you like. So, looking through to the design, having seen the other version of your design, I wish you had more layering in your outfit because I know that you can design a character that has good, interesting layering in the clothing. And that character design previously had a lot more asymmetry that felt very natural. Here, especially for how theatrical you are, I wish there was more asymmetry happening. And the asymmetry that is here is making you feel like a clown, but that's okay if you are meant to be an entertainer in some way. But as we had added to somebody else, you could do all kinds of interesting things with like, we're being an idol. Idols love having those little like fabric things that hang off of one side of their body. I picked this color, but I might have to pick a different color for it just so it's not on top of that. Or maybe you just meant to flip-flop your legs. Just opposite them. But then this makes this star become a shooting star trail. We did this before and I thought it was very clever. And I haven't seen this done a bunch before. But then this adds to silhouette, it adds to asymmetry, it feels a little bit natural. Would you count this as giant sleeves? I would say so. This is a pretty bulbous end of a sleeve here. Yeah. So, Something like that would be good for asymmetry. The hair already has some asymmetry in it from the fact that we've got a side part happening, which is nice. I do think the hair in the back could be a little bit more asymmetrical as well, where, you know, my classic thing that I'm always doing, which is like, well, just add a couple of hairs that make it not a perfect mirror. Bam. As simple as. And if you want to have an even greater effect, you know, from outer space, why not make your hair an even crazier part of your silhouette? I like that it already feels a little bit like your hair's floating, but we could push that and make that even more engaging. We could make it so that even this little star earring you have is adding to your silhouette as well as a result. So hang on, watch me here. You could make it so that the ponytail is like... Oops, hang on. Let me do this on a different layer so that if I have to erase, I don't goof it up. But if the ponytail, like, was like this instead, so that way we can see it coming out around the body. I guess I erased a lot that I didn't need to. But then it'll feel truly weightless and like you are in a no-gravity environment. Get more of that outer space reference. And you can still have this element around it, but if it was like tighter in here, maybe. So we're filling up the space a little bit differently. Sent PNG. Thank you. Appreciate it. Grab. Yoink. There we go. I'll stick this down here in case I need it. Whoa! It's much bigger. I'll hold on to it in case I need it. But it's kind of working out okay right now using this. But just for thought, bigger, longer bits of hair out here to feel truly weightless. Because do you see how before these ends added a little bit to your silhouette, but now they add a lot to the silhouette. They make it a lot more distinct, don't they? Hi, a new sub here, potentially new VTuber. What's your vids on VTuber design and such? Tried using my own model. Yippee! I hope they helped you. But thank you for subbing by, teddy bear. What if it was slightly transparent, maybe sparkly, referring to the fabric edition? Yeah, this could be slightly transparent. I may also say to like bring this blue into here too, which may help with like, okay, if like we had like a trim. So that could help with clarity, or you could have it so that it's like, oh, this is like stripes on the fabric or something that make it feel more directional and more shooting star-y. That could be good just for repetition's sake. Yeah. Shooting that star. You could still split your hair around the sides of your head as well, if you want to, and have both. But I do think you'll get more from it if you just push it further away from the body. Whoop! I drew these completely asymmetrically. Maybe a little more symmetrical than this, but it doesn't have to be perfectly symmetrical. I made it real small compared to the other one. I gotta look with my eyeballs to see what I'm doing. There we go. It's a little better. There we go. I can just kind of like... There. Yeah. More. Okay. Let me erase it back off your star earring, just so I can see it again. I do enjoy the sort of floaty, star-shaped hair clip icons. I do think that they're going to need to be just on a background. We can see them a little better. If you, in OBS, have the ability to get that stroke plugin, or I think it's called the Stroke Glow Shadow plugin. It's what I use to have the yellow and black outline around me, and it makes it so that you can see me on top of any background properly without things sort of fading away, even my glasses. So that may benefit you, especially if these are sort of transparent or translucent. It helps a lot with clarity on streams. But there we go. Okay, so more for silhouette. I do still wish there was more going on with the layering. It seems like you're sort of inspired in the design here by idol outfits, but also a little bit of OG fashion maybe, because that does tend to be where like slightly more masculine but very like cute idol style outfits take their inspiration often. So I'm wondering if there might be other elements of that we could add in here that give you a little bit more of that layered effect that I'm sort of looking for. One of my favorite sort of OG fashion things that adds to silhouette is the miniature capelets. Where then that feels also just like a little bit gentlemanly in a cute way. Almost. And this could maybe be a slightly different color. You could have some sort of trim on this so that way it feels more separated. I don't think it should be the same color trim as other elements, but you know, if we could see that that's what this is that's coming through here. And if instead of having the wrinkle run in this direction, the wrinkles would run in the opposite direction. That way we could see that it's sort of gathering in the armpit. And then it's still maybe behind those collars. That could work, perhaps. OG fashion, make it more gender neutral. Yeah. Yeah. We can keep it gender neutral. I do think that some of your edges are a little bit stiff. You had more exaggeration before in your previous one. One of the other things that works well for if we want to add asymmetry is if we do exaggerate, we don't have to exaggerate both sides of something either. We could raise the collar of this side and have it more open here. And then this one, if we make it even narrower, it'll feel like, you know, this one is being shown to us flat facing and it's more open. This side is sort of more pushed around the body, so it's a little bit like either coming forward in space towards us or going further away from us in space. So it feels like maybe you're not wearing it perfectly because you're doing your idle duties out in space. Perhaps, maybe. Family drama meant pivoting? Oh. That's fair. No, that's okay. I'm just saying, you had good layering in that previous one, so I know that you know how to work with layering. Where the buttons could be a star. Yeah, the buttons are a missed opportunity where they could be some sort of shape. Right now it seems like your motifs are stars and diamonds, but you do have one like really big bright X as well. And a cat buckle on your pants. I'm intrigued by the cat buckle. There's not a lot of clarity to see it, and you only really see it when you get real close. It's kind of small as well. And I do wonder if either it needs to be clearer or if it needs to be repeated somewhere else. What is the inclusion of the cat angle going on here? But that's was a flag. Ah, so this is a flag, the Danish flag. Okay. I do think that right now it's just a little bit too bright. And I know that people will often want to make flags and things of the likes the exact color that they really are. But we don't have a lot of that super high chroma, high saturation red throughout. Make it this pink maybe. That way, you know, it's not that big of a change, perhaps. Ooh, hang on, I'm struggling with my selection tool. So then it can still be a reference, but it's a little bit more subtle. It was just a little intense. Cat buckles a reference to my book where there always a spot black cat in the illustration. Oh, interesting. So it intentionally spot blacked cat in the illustration. Okay. Intriguing. I'm wondering if then we could replicate something about the way that the cat's eyes are handled throughout, just so that it feels like... I don't know if that's the solution, but that way it feels like the cat is still repeating motifs we already have within the design already. Maybe? Because it is a little bit at odds with what's happening elsewhere right now, unfortunately. And I think it would be better served if it was more similar to other elements. I may just also... I was de-emphasizing the collar, but I may emphasize a little bit more of the collar there. Where was I doing half of my edits? I can't even find them. Here, this one's here. I do think this is gonna need more of a trim. Oops, hang on. Than what I had given it. Just so it has similar weight to other elements. But anyways, you get the idea. You might have to play around with the widths of things. I had a triangle trim on the capelet. Yeah, triangle trim. I don't want to sort of add crazy patterning everywhere just because it may cause visual fatigue. I'm already feeling a little bit of that because your patterns are pretty high contrast with the white elements on them already. So it may be beneficial to you to push these back just a little bit if these whites weren't as bright as the white of your clothing. Similar with the sock too, because this is just overwhelming to look at sort of in general. As is not uncommon to see from a clown though. Whoops, I almost knocked my water over. Pandora Vera, thank you for following. I appreciate it. Where was I? Hang on. Ooh. Oh, pushing these back. So you could just pick another pink color. You could pick a yellow. You could pick something that's just a little bit darker, but I'm just gonna use the red that you already have. And then reduce its opacity a bit. Just because they're a little too bold, perhaps, right now. Maybe. How much longer do you think you'll be streaming? Just started working my model. I want to know if maybe I'll be able to send it to you if I'm done in time, I think. Often confused. So the designs I'm critiquing today have already all been pulled and have already been submitted. But the benefit of that is that if you submit to the form that I have here, exclamation point, critique, you can submit it when you're done there, and then you can be in the pool for future critique streams. Yeah. Videos helped a lot to create ideas for my model. Sadly, I have no artistic skills of my own. Currently waiting on an artist who's working on it. Waiting with delight for how it would look. Good luck! I'm excited for you. I hope it turns out the way that you hope. Submit to the form, you're gonna wait a year. Actually, it may not be that long anymore, considering how many designs I've removed. I've removed over 400 at this point because people don't exist anymore. So I actually don't know how far out things are right now, and I'm also not done going through the form. Yeah, the Great Purge is still occurring. Right now, in the form, not this one, not this form, the other form, this form. Right now, there are 650 total submissions. I've gone through 200 of them that have been kept. So I still have 400 designs to go through that could theoretically be removed or not, depending on if those people are still active or not. So it's getting closer, which is crazy. Is the VGen critique the line skip? VGen critique is not the same. So if you skip the line with your chat redeem, that just means we look at your design on stream, usually the next critique stream, which is what we're doing right now. Nano skipped the line today. But the VGen critiques are a private critique. They do get you ahead of the line because you are paying for it, but there is still a little bit of a wait for those. But those are private. Those aren't done on stream also. Yeah. Designing her V2, V3? Who's? Oh, friend loading delayed is patiently waiting. Yeah, someday, hopefully. Not hopefully. I will hopefully, theoretically, someday get to everyone. But it may just take a little bit of time. It's been designed a few weeks back, so I'm interested in when mine will be critiqued. May take some time, but we'll get to them. We'll get there. We're getting through a lot of them. You can say that critique is delayed. What critique is delayed? What critique is delayed? Which one, Rex? What do you mean? Anyways, I can still get keep critiquing Tsutsu here. Because their friend's name. Oh, I see. Right over my head. Man, do I need that ladder. I'm a little too short to catch the joke. So there's a possibility that you don't accept the design or something. Very, very low possibility. I have only not accepted designs maybe like a handful of times. Either because they were a one-to-one copy of a pre-existing design, in which case I contacted someone, in which case they were AI, in which case I also contacted them, in which case there just wasn't enough detail for me to clearly do a critique, in which case I also contacted them. But I really don't think I've actually removed very many for any reason. I had one that was submitted that was kind of offensive, and I was like, I can't do that. We're not gonna look at that one. Poor taste nonsense going on in that one. But that's it. There were AI submissions. I've had a couple. I've had a few of them. There always are. We looked at one on stream that I was unsure of, but I now think was. And there have been a couple that I was like, yay, that we didn't talk about. Unfortunately. Yeah, what are you gonna do? Yeah, people are always trying nonsense with me. You're not gonna get away with it, I promise you. I'm telling you, not gonna work. Not gonna do it. No, Isaac can't speak. Yeah, no, we're just mad at AI. That's all we're doing right now. Not missing a ton. But anyway, so for Nano, coming back here, I will say, as far as the color palette goes, because right now I was doing a little bit to modify level of detail. As far as color goes, I do think that you are accidentally, unfortunately, getting a little bit Christmas elf-y. The green and the red, and this is a very Christmas-y red or almost maroon that you have in the design. So that's not a bad thing. We may just need to broaden your color palette in a way that prevents that from being the first thought, because the gold and stars also are things that are putting us in the realm of Christmas. And it's not just because we were talking about Secret Santa earlier today. You've got sort of 3 things that could be making us think about that. So, as a result, I do have a question for you. Are you attached to being red, mostly? Is that something you're attached to? Because I know you got rid of your old design because of drama things, but the color palette for your old design was quite lovely. Even if the particular, like, styles being worn in that cannot be replicated, you could reuse that color palette, theoretically, or use parts of it, where this green tone of the hair works very well with some browns, some other, like, teals. I'm trying to remember what else there was in it. Like, gold does work quite well. Just picked out a 4 or 5 color template. I am not sure that this template or this color palette is doing you the favors it could, because it is making you a little bit Christmassy. But yes, the green does contrast pretty well the way it is right now. So, like, that is one of the benefits of this palette, but I would say it's not as interesting of a palette as it could be. I've seen your artwork before. I've seen other designs of yours as well. I think we can get you a more interesting palette for this design. I say as somebody who has snooped through all of your art fight characters you had posted at one point in time. So I know you have it in you. I know it's possible for it to be a little more interesting, but I may say to just revisit the colors. Let me start grading, because I have talked about a couple of things. So, silhouette, decent. I do want a little more asymmetry, and I do want more exaggeration. But the color palette, it is cohesive, but I think it needs a little bit of modification to be interesting properly. It's a little bit underwhelming for what I know you can do, for where I know your skills lay. For level of detail, you do have a pretty high level of detail, but the details aren't all that specific outside of, like, your little flag here. You've got your belt buckle, which is more specific. I would prompt you to see if there may be creative ways you can incorporate the stars directly into the shapes, where, like, I'm wondering if there may be some way, or, like, something that's outer space-like, where I don't want to just make you reuse stars, but could we perhaps make the shapes that are on the leggings, that's not the right color. Instead of making these diamonds, these become, like, 4-pointed stars, and the other, like, negative space shape becomes just, like, a little bit more rounded as a result or something. That way we're just integrating your motifs a little bit more. I'm also reducing the amount of white by doing this, because I think there might just be a little bit too much throughout. I'm not gonna do all of them, but just so you get the idea. So now we're getting circles, which are the shapes of planets, and now we're getting stars, right? Mayhaps? Yeah, so finding more ways we can incorporate those elements. Now we have some polka. Yeah, they are kind of polka dots now, but we're getting more mileage out of them for it. No, I excel in traditional designs a lot more than modern designs. Ah, so, like, if you excel in traditional designs, you could lean more into historic fashion then, where a lot of these, like, OG style designs will have, like, the, like lace hems or, like, sleeves that come out the end, and then that's a silhouette moment. You could even do your little inversion thing here and make it so that your shirt is half one color and half the other on the inside or something. That's more silhouette fun. And then similarly, like, you could have, if you wanted, like, a cravat or something in another color, more layers, more accessories. If you had a brooch on top of your bow, that would be more specific too. And I will say your stars right now are not a very specific star shape. I would push you to make the star more specific. If there's any other motif you could have to make the star more specific, even if it's like, okay, well, we're gonna do, like, this on the stars. We're referencing the flag. We're gonna do be white. No, that's too light, or there's not enough contrast, but, like, if you have some other detail on them. So now we've got these little arcs that are creating circles that are referencing the eyeballs of the cat and the circles we have polka dots earlier. Or if we just polka dot it or do something with it, so that way these feel like a more specific star. Could, like, Mario Galaxy Grand Star it, or, like, Sheriff it a little bit or something. They just need to be more specific. They're a little bit generic right now, unfortunately, as are the bows. So I think you just need to push your details to relate more to your motifs. a little bit more if possible. Even like going like this with your ribbons makes them just a little bit more specific, because now they feel like the bottom ends of a star, even though it is still a typical way that we see a ribbon handled, to have those little two sharp points that come to a higher like cut area. It's got this V shape to the bottom. It still feels just a little bit more specific, a little bit more related to your outfit and design overall, I would say. Put a zodiac constellation on it. I don't know, I'm just half focused. True. You could connect your buttons so that they look like they are zodiac, or not zodiac, but maybe like constellations in some way. Your buttons could be planets. You could have something where, like, you know, on fancy clothing, sometimes they have that little like chain that connects the collar to the button, and you could have it so that like one of these little things down here becomes a planet from the way that it's got its little like chain thing that's linking across the chest. I'm not drawing this very nicely. Make your chain something that's specific to the stars or something like that. But I think there's a pretty decent amount of little accessories that could be added or modified, so that way just a little more specificity in the detailing. Let me grab that. I think this would probably better go in this direction because of me adding, there's more detail on that side right now, and this is heavy on that side. But yeah, more specific, little more detail. See how it's feeling a little bit more fleshed out now, having modified those elements. Many notes taken. Yay! We love note taking. I'm so glad the note taking emote is getting use. Maybe using a xenomorph or like alien like thing to replace the cat, more space like. If you, I mean, the cat is a very particular reference, but I guess if you had other things that were a little bit more alien, that could be interesting. Where if you had like little bits of hair that stood up, because you have this one a Hoge here anyway, but if you had little bits of your hair that stood up and almost felt like antennas almost, that could be a cute thing that's making you feel a little bit alien as well. Hang on, wait, I might do it a little bit differently on this side. So that way it's not that it's like, oh wait, that one, maybe if I just make this come from here. That way it's not that it's directly you're an alien, but we're getting sort of the thought that you may not be as human. Sort of overlap in the design elements. Oh, and if you included, go ahead, you can all take notes if you want, if you would like. White freckles could be fun. White freckles may feel star-like, which may be cute. You do have cute makeup on the face, but we can't see it because it's so close to the skin color, so this may be better off coming back to the blue that's in your palette. So then we're also going to cluster more cool colors up around the face. You see how that pops a little bit better from a distance? Also, maybe... Yeah. Yeah. Trapped forever. No, not trapped forever. No one's stuck. You guys can stay when you would like to. Oh, one is dying trapped by cat. Oh, never mind. Sorry, you may actually be trapped forever. I was wrong. Just Jules, thank you for following also. I appreciate it. But anyways, those things. And then as far as focal point goes, your hair does make your head really focal. However, this is still kind of overwhelming and distracting down here. I know this is just flat colors, but do consider the classic EG solution of... Nope, not that. That's not the EG solution. Can we refer to all layers? There we go. That's what I wanted. Airbrush. Dark color. Wow. It doesn't have to be that dark. Whoops, I accidentally got the inside of that. But that'll just push those elements back so they're less intense, potentially. How do I find the bingo card again? Oh, the bingo card unpinned! Hang on. Maybe the sock pattern could be smaller. That could also be smaller, perhaps. Head's the only render piece. Okay, that's fair. Just for our visibility, let me repin the bingo. I don't know why it unpinned. It might not have just known to be pinned for the right time. Unpin after. End of stream. Bam. There we go. Have bingo if you wish. Idle bingo. Yeah, if you need OG fashion or J fashion, which I need. Also, if you need pointy ears. This also qualifies for all those things. You do have a spot black in your belt. With the cat. Some of these blacks are all, as much as I can tell that they're slightly different than the line art color, they are still kind of a spot black. They're so close we can't tell the difference anyway. So I'd qualify that as a spot black also for bingo's sake. But let me see. What did I not cover yet? Complexity versus clarity. Level of detail. Details need to be more specific. Level of detail is okay, but the details need to be more specific, and I would like more layering. The focal point is, however, definitely, without a shadow of a doubt, the head. And then for concept and motifs, honestly, I think all it takes me to figure out that you're an idol is just changing this element, just giving you this one little thing hanging off the hip, because otherwise you feel like a space-themed, like, jester. Some of these OG fashion items can make you feel a little bit more idol-like than you were, and I think this is what will help with that, particularly. But we got pretty close, so I'll put you here because I do feel like we can still push those elements a little bit further as well. But what do we have here? I think this is grade 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 out of 10. Queen. Yippee! Been freed? Congrats on your freedom. Good work, Nano! You got this! I want to see you push it. Oh, ladder check! Oh my god, we didn't ladder check. That qualifies, I guess, if you guys want to say that I forgot for your bingos. I don't even have that on my bingo. I never get to benefit from forgetting a ladder check. This, I'm not really sure how to draw one for, and then you kind of have that in there. Let me hide all of my nonsense, also. Bottom of the gloves, sleeve, this, that. This is kind of diagonal. This. Bottom of that. Those are really small. I'm not sure that they're necessarily adding that much. Bottom of your hair is on the same line as the bottom of the ribbon is right now. This is asymmetrical though. Hang on, we're chin, top of ribbon, bottom of that hair on your face, eyeballs. Your eyebrows are nice and dark, which also gives them a line. Your hairline, make it a little higher. Top of this chunk of your hair, top of that chunk of your hair. This creates a little bit of a diagonal movement, and then there's like these little things up here. Yeah, I don't think I can climb that ladder, probably, perhaps. Not likely to climb this ladder in any way, shape, or form. Oh, I was gonna... That's just water. I'll drink it. Don't worry. Ouch! But you're correct. Ouchie. Oof, ouch. Neck hurt. Squiiji never gave bonus points to line skippers. See, that's the tricky thing is, giving bonus points to the line skippers ends up being kind of tough because it's hard for me to separate my own bias of Nano is my mod and I want to give Nano bonus points as a result, or like Striker as, you know, a strong supporter of the Shroomate community. I can't separate the bias of, am I giving them points because I like the Shroomate, or am I giving them points for the design? As far as like the on the fridge and stuff goes, it's hard. I'm not good at it, and I guess I'm allowed to be biased in the bonus points anyway, but we haven't typically done bonus points for skip the lines? Have we? I can't remember, actually. I don't know. Does your VTuber model climbable? It seems climbable. Mine? I don't think it is. I don't think mine is. Hashtag moderator point. Yeah, I don't want to give points just because they're, yeah, moderator, donator, Shroomate supporter point. I don't want there to be a bias as a result of that, but at the same time, I do appreciate their support. Points because Shroom. I am likely to give points if somebody does have a mushroom design also. And that is also another kind of bias happening. Oh my god, my mouse isn't working. Be intimidated by me while I try and make all of my apparatuses work right now. There we go. Functional. Oh. Bam. Totally functional. Rariku, the point you speak of is a -1, not a +1. So I don't know if you should be calling for the addition of that. Don't think it'll work. Shroom bias is real. I can't help it. If I see a clever mushroom design show up in the critique form, I'm gonna be like, yeah, give point. I can't help it. Feel bad points? No, we don't give those. We don't do pity points. That's not a real thing here. No one is deserving of pity. Everyone's doing fantastic. Not necessary. Did we clap for Nano? For Tsutsu Traveler? I can clap. You should also clap. Even done a whole plushie Tsutsu to show it works. Oh wait, yeah, you did send me the plushie Tsutsu. Oh, honestly, I have to say, this is one of those designs where the level of detail you have right now, to me, I feel like works better as a plushie because the legs aren't as big, so the socks aren't as overwhelming, and those details are all closer to the center of the body. I feel like this almost works better as a chibi than it does as a 6 head tall design, which is the trouble. Level of detail, totally appropriate for a chibi. But I think that's why we're feeling it's not quite there for the full scale. But look how cute! Fat Nano on hand. Thank you, Nano! For giving the line! But yeah, it's very cute. Also, I need to save this. File, save as, Nano. I almost called you a Tsum Tsum, and that's not what you are. Find this funny. My boyfriend wants you to love his design so much that you help him out. Funny in a cute way. I can laugh. Don't take this as pressure. Don't worry. You can't pressure me into liking something. It's not possible. I am honest with everyone. Always. I am positive and helpful, but I am always honest. I can't not be. Let me save these and close these because my computer is having a little bit of a cow right now. Bam. Okay. Now, 2.5 hours into stream, we have our second. We did already do one wing design, but we have our first thumbnail fella also. Lady Reaver. She, her, at Lady Reaver Art. Lady Reaver is a bubbly moon princess. Personality-wise, she's similar to Pinkie Pie and Star Butterfly. Crazy and free, yet still cares about her subjects. Her shoes are like heels with no heels. Yeah, in the horse foot way. Let's go. And it gives the horseshoe vibe. Yes, it does. For the question, I want her to stand out. How can I make her look more appealing or eye-catching? Because I really feel like something is missing. I thought this design was so cute. I thought it was so cute already. Yeah, the fluffy purple hair. Look how cute. This counts as mythical. We already had a mythical design in the dragon before. But look how cute. Also, you're right. Amber did not even receive bias from me either. One of my oldest mods. Nope, no bias here. You all get graded evenly. I can't do it. I'm too even. Kind of like how saturated the colors are. Me too. I think that there is something we need to do to the colors to hue shift them a little bit differently in a couple places. But the saturation does make it feel more aligned with that sort of like My Little Pony influence. They either end up being really pastel and cute, or they're really intense in their color. If I'm thinking of like Rainbow Dash, or there's a couple others that are really saturated in a similar manner. But yeah, you could kind of tick off analogous palette here. The gold makes it not quite analogous, but the purple to blue to like lighter blue does put us a little bit analogous here, yeah. Yeah, the yellow kind of makes it not count, but I'd allow it. It's okay. Paragraph concept check. Technically not a paragraph. What is this? 1, 2, 3, 4 sentences? Close enough, I guess, to a paragraph. Technically 5 sentences makes a paragraph, but yeah, close enough. Close enough. They're on Twitter, Insta, and VGen a lot. Yeah! A lot of VTubers I found are actually sewn as a commission artist. Yes, they are! Which I think is what this design is, potentially. So, I thought this design was so endearing immediately upon seeing it. I love the bright eyes, and the hair shape with the little wings is so cute. So let me first, we're gonna do a silhouette check because that's easy to do. This one's transparent. I'm gonna use white. Bam. So, nice big skirt shape, provides some weight in the lower body. The wings with the hair shape allows for a lot of negative space around the head. The tail with the big fluffy plume at the end is very cute as well for silhouette. The shoe shape is interesting for silhouette. I do think we could do more for the silhouette, but it's not bad the way it is. Sadly, the unicorn horn is not adding to the silhouette, so I almost think we should make that even bigger. But yeah, there are wings. I saw the wings. The wings are pretty clear. We could move them down just a little bit to make them easier to see because they're just really close to the hair right now. And I do think that changing their color may allow them to have their own, stand on their own a little bit more too. Where if instead of being in the purple palette, they were in the gold or the blue, like specifically this blue, because we don't have this blue anywhere else. Let me put this on here. Normal color. Bam. Then we can see them a little bit better as well. And since this color was only really appearing down here, now we've distributed a little bit more into the upper body, right? English major, e.g., not even close. Not even close to an English major have I received. I've received several majors, none of them were English. My understanding of English language is loose at best. But there are pigtails, now they look like wings. Yeah, there we go, just, we gotta give them a little more clarity, perhaps. And I would similarly say that for as much as you are trying to make some of these elements look like they are made out of similar substances, like the ears are gonna have the same fur that the hair is technically. That's a weird way of saying that. The hair that is on the head and the ears is the same. That's fine. But we could make the horn this blue as well, so that we're sort of creating this triangle around the face of this brighter color that's more sparingly used in the design, perhaps. So then we get a little more clarity for the horn as well. So do you see how from a distance? Bam! 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 We're making it pop. In an enjoyable manner. I do think that this purple down here also deserves to come back somewhere, just because it's also the only area this is being used right now. So I am looking for an opportunity to place it somewhere else too, but I'm not quite sure where I'd want to put that. I mean, I guess I could, instead of using that blue, use that purple, but see, it doesn't pop quite as much. I could use a little more. Maybe lipstick. Oh, see, lipstick maybe, but I don't know if it's dark enough to be a good lipstick. This is a thing that bugs me to no end about the way that Miraculous designs characters. People wearing really light lipstick, especially in cool colors, is a really tough thing to pull off. That's really tough to pull off. I'm not saying this girly can't pull it off, but I fear whenever I see that, and not even that, like, this fella has, like, all that dark of a skin tone either. This is just saturated. I don't want it to feel like we're doing unkind caricatures either by making lips really light. Gold against the skin disappears a little bit too. That is also true. We may need a trim on that. Deep blue of the dress is drawing my focus from the face. I am going to propose something that may solve that as well. What about fingernails? Oh, you know what? The fingernails are purple, but they're so dark that my background's making it hard to read them. But you're right, that could be another opportunity to bring this color back, potentially. I might just go like this and just recolor over them real quick. That's gonna make them really pop against my background. Bam. 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 Bam, look at that. Fancy nails. Light lipstick works better at darker skin tone when you line it with a darker color. Kind of hard to do in a similar drawing style. Yeah, because it definitely is something that works in real life and can look really cute, but it's definitely harder to pull off in art sometimes. Yeah. Darker lip liner. Yeah, darker lip liner. So for this style, there is a cute little bit of lipstick happening, but we would have to outline the lips in order for that to work. And I feel like that might be too much for this art style. Unfortunately. Potentially. Also, I love the unicorn-specific tail. I also agree that having a more unicorn-specific tail is so cute for this. The fluffiness adds more to silhouette too, which is great. Need to get you different colored backgrounds so you can do color analysis on models? What do you mean? Me? This background color is fine. I can change the background of this one. I am doing color analysis. What do you mean? Wow, I can type today? I can also type today. I can type any day. Not well, but I can do it. It's possible. Anything is possible, popsicle. So, for the hair, in order to pull the focus higher up the body, I do think that we are going to need to do something to the degree of hue shifting some of the hair. Whoa. That's not as dark as I thought it was. This might need to be a multiply layer, actually. Color shifting the darker parts of the hair to be bluer in their undertone. Honestly, pushing them to be a little bit darker might be good too. Let me just plop some of this in here. I'll reduce it so it's not as intense here in a second. Bam, and then this part too. Because you're right, that the blue only being in the torso does draw us away from the face just a little bit, considering that the purples in the hair are used sort of everywhere in the design. Wait, I might even need to go like this. I'll clean this up a little bit. Let me airbrush it so that it's not as intense. And then I'm going to reduce the opacity. There we go. So just a little bit more of the cooler undertone. Yeah, I do have to change my background color. Hang on. I'm making it hard to see it against this background. Let's see, if I go here, it might be better. Yeah, there we go. That's not too bad. So now the hair is going to pull us to the head a little bit more. For a moon princess, I get more Twilight than moon themes. So there are moons on the chest, but I would also wonder if there may be some way that we can make the moon more distinct in the design, and if there may be a way where we can use the moon to add a little more asymmetry. So hang on. First, I'm just making the horn taller so it adds to the silhouette. That's something I was wishing for. But I've got 2 moons in the chest. We could have a greater variety of moons as well, where we could depict like the moon phases. Maybe the necklace has more than one little more than one charm on it, rather. Where we've got crescents only right now, but like, you know, you could have this be the full moon, which is fully filled in. You could have the gibbous moon, which is like that, right? And then your half moon, and then your crescent moon, which sticks up sort of like over the collar. Definitely render them better than I'm doing. I'm just doing something loose, so we get the idea. But that way, because we're having more varieties of moon, we may be more likely to think, moon, important. Each being could be a color to be a different moon in the cycle. Yeah, where like I've sort of done it like this, where they're sort of hanging off of the necklace, but you could have it so that these are all circular charms that are all fully a moon. Oh wait, I drew the crescent in the wrong direction here for what I was doing. Hang on. It'd be like that. And yeah, you could have these all be circular beads that do create the shape, or even these individual beads could create the shape. But just more variety in the way that we're depicting the moons would probably be beneficial to making it clear that you are in fact moon and not just space. Moon detail on the swirly bit of the wings like jewelry, then have the wings be glow with the sparkle effect like they're moons themselves. Ooh, interesting. So what do you mean by that? So like I'm thinking you mean like this instead of the swirly bit, right? Is that what you meant? Or do you mean totally reshaping the wings? Because we could do that too. But this could work also instead of having the classic like magical girl swirly. Yes? Hell yeah. I was even thinking for asymmetry's sake, you could do something to the effect of... Nope. Hang on. Crescent moons are my biggest enemy, my biggest opposition when I'm trying to draw things a lot of the time. They're so hard for me to freehand for some reason. There we go. But then, like, it's like passing behind it and going around it. Moon-like horse ears could do more of like an arcing horse ear too, potentially. But there's a lot of things we could do to increase the quantity of moons happening in the clothing. Here, look, here's another moon, and then here's another moon, and then here's another moon. Because I think the other thing we are noticing is that we would like just a little bit more detail, perhaps. Level of detail is not bad, but we could just use a little more, just a little more detail as a treat, perhaps. Especially if we're putting all of that extra detail around the head, or just higher in the design. It'll make it so that... Oh wait, I've kind of done this in the opposite direction, so that way I don't have my crescents facing down. But that way, if we're clustering more detail around the head, it will make the head more focal as a result. Is there a breed of horse, for those who don't know, that have very crescent-shaped ears that'd be very unique? Ooh, okay, maybe. That could be a good option. I feel like this is also one of those opportunities where having, what do they call them, the star or like the blaze that's in a light color on the head could be cute as well, because that is a reference to something that is already astrological. Or not astrological, astronomical. Astronomy, not astrology, sorry. Don't come after me, scientists. I know the difference. I just misspoke. But that could also be cute, that a cute thing that is overlap with horses, despite the fact that this is like a Pegasus or a unicorn instead. I will say, sort of generally across the design, there is a bit of trouble being had by the fact that the gold doesn't have a lot of contrast with the skin. It's not too much trouble down here where it's not touching the skin, but on the forehead, we might need something just as a trim on it, so that way we can see the edge of it. So I might bring some of this blue up here. So that way we can separate the edge of the horn decoration from the forehead, maybe. Although I don't know if that looks too Sailor Moon-y now. Sailor Moon. Perhaps not a bad reference to make here. Inside the dress, up of the legs seems to be missing. Top of the dress and the upper legs is missing? What do you mean? I don't know if I'm seeing what you mean by that. Making it harder to read the model. I'm not sure I know what you mean. Blue moon crescent to jewelry to the gold horn decor like Sailor Moon's headband. Yeah, we sort of ended up a little bit in that direction. I don't know if this is relevant, but from their country, there's a horse-like mythical creature called a Tikbalang, which is related to the full moon. Oh, could be. That could be related, maybe. The blue light flap. I see this inner part. That's not really causing problems with clarity for me. The only clarity issue I'm having in this area of the design is the fact that there's this gold leg chain that is just way too close to the color of the skin tone and also doesn't have an outline on it. So it's just flat to the skin right now. If it had a skin tone or had an outline, it'd be a little bit better. If the details were a little bit bigger, it would also be a little bit better. I do feel like maybe just this band might need to be the blue that we already have too. So we can tell something's happening on the leg. Get a little bit of repetition if we're gonna do this the same shape, potentially. See what they mean? For us to draw the inside of the fold at the top of the dress? What? I see what you mean, sorry. I was like totally not even looking at the right thing. You mean it's missing this right here. There we go. That's a drawing mistake thing. That's not really a character design thing. That's just a little bit of oversight, unfortunately. Yeah, we don't really notice that until you zoom in, probably all too much. That's okay. I do wonder, looking throughout, if there may be some other way we could also distribute this purple a little bit more too, where I don't really think we need to use trim for it, but like there's so much of it in the lower body. I do still want more of this color somewhere else. And I wonder if there might be some way you could have, like, you know, the gems that are in the upper body or something, or something going on with the necklaces that is this color, or just... Let's see, would this be too much if I made the trim of this that color? Maybe not, that might be okay. Just so that that's distributed a little better. Bam. A little chunky where I put it right there. Maybe. What about purplish tattoos or marking on the arms? Maybe. What if it's ombre like a sunrise? What is it? What is it? Sheer sleeve? Oh, sheer sleeves might be very cute, because this is very, like, delicate already and very ethereal. Despite how high the saturation is, the clothing choices and unicorns and things like that are things that we do associate with ethereality too. Yeah, adds to the princess vibes. You could have something that is like, oh, I don't know how I'd do a sheer sleeve for this. You could do a sheer sleeve that's like, hang on, like opens around the arm like this, where like we can see that it's going behind the arm mostly. Do you know what I mean? Where it's like draped across the front for a little while, but then it's mostly like back here. right? Maybe? Question mark? Like that, and then if I make it translucent, potentially, and then you could see it maybe like down here, like they're really long. Hang on. Give me a second. Bear with me. Ooh, there we go. This would be like here, potentially. I've drawn one longer than the other. Let's fix that. There we go. But just as another, like, cute kind of detail we could have. Bam. Maybe. And maybe they could be, like, sloped, too, so that way you can see they're sort of descending off the arm. Yeah. You've fallen for the trap card. Hehe, sheer fabric checked off. No! No! No, no, no. What are horseshoes, a bracelet? That could be cute for a bracelet. Isn't the bingo for the OG design? It's for the OG design, but we do add things to it, though. Depending on things that I interact with in a design. But I do think that this would be something that would still make sense for this design to have included. So it's not like we're just making suggestions for no reason. Oh, and you could even have it be like, have you ever seen when people have like the semi-sheer fabric like underneath too? We can see that this is like tied. Oh, wait, hang on. Up around the neck or something. So we can see that it's coming from like here and then it's draping down across the body and out towards the shoulder. So we can see how this makes sense as a piece of clothing being worn. Right? Cute. Now we're adding layers. What does spot black mean? Spot black is if, you know, you see the line art color here we have, which is this dark purple. If elements in the design were colored in flat with that color, like this, that would be a spot black. It doesn't have to be the color black, but it's just elements that are filled in with the line art color. I love sheer fabric. Yeah, sheer fabric is very cute and it is very ethereal in an enjoyable way. So that may just be something that could be nice to add in. May have made it a little bit too sheer. Whoops, not that opaque, but like that maybe, and then you have the outline on it. Cute as layering. Cool persona gang? True. I love you're talking about me or the fellow we're critiquing, but probably both. Both of us are cool, I swear. I promise. Has anyone had yellow eyes yet? No, I don't think so. Nano's eyes were multicolored and Striker's eyes were green. So, no. But, okay, hang on. So let me start doing critiques here of things. So, silhouette. Already pretty dang good. Not much of the complaints. The wings are good for it. The hair shape was good. The tail was good. The shoe shape was also solid. I do think that your horn, I almost said spike, your horn could add to the silhouette a little bit more to added effect. Having some sheer fabric would be nice for silhouette also for added effect, but not too bad. You're pretty symmetrical, but once again, like for princesses and stuff like that, symmetry isn't that uncommon. So I might put you like here. For color palette, the color choices themselves are mostly fine. We do tend to like your super saturated palette. I do think we need to redistribute a couple of the colors a little bit though, for clarity. That way the wings can sort of stand on their own, the horn can stand on its own, and that way this purple down here is a little bit more united, because there's more cases where it's occurring throughout the design. So the choices themselves are fine. It's mostly a hierarchy thing going on that needs a little bit of modification. No, it is a spike. Technically speaking, calling a spike isn't wrong. Even when I'm wrong, I'm right. You can't lose today, EG. So thinking that the sleeves that have slits in them, they'd be cute. Yeah! These ones kind of have slits in them, so that way the arms open up, but they could be more slit. Or they could raise higher on the arm too, potentially. Ow! Ow! Rex, why bonk? Why hit? No hit. No hit the EG. If you're thinking I forgot about doing the ladder test, I didn't. Think again. I'm doing it. I didn't forget it. I just didn't do it yet. I have time. Meep, 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 meep. Bottom of dress. Bottom of tail. This thing. There was... Actually, I couldn't see the thing that was there without me having drawn over it. Bracelets. Waist thing. Moons. Sleeves. Top of sleeves. Bottom of collar. Between the two pieces of collar. Chin. Ooh, hang on. Lips. eyeball, bangs. The horn wasn't really that clear, but I could at least see where it started. Top of those bangs, top of the ears, and then the top of the head. Bam. I forget that I can just, so I don't have to turn everything off, I can just go like this. There's a ladder! And you've gotten that marked on bingo, did you forgetting for Nano? Correct, but I'm going to be a morally upstanding and also very attentive Squiiji, and I'm going to remember to do it. I'm not going to forget. Also, I will stretch, thank you. Limbs. Oh, let's check. Are my knees asleep? No, my knees are awake, thank God. Okay. I was worried I lost my knees. But hey, ladder. I agree, Chakarama. Dangerous. We would cry big old tears if we had to use this at work. I do agree with you, Silverfay. Good cluster of rungs up around the head as far as level of detail goes. Good asymmetry throughout the body a little bit. Passes. I would not want to climb this at all. I would opt for another option if possible. I'd probably just free scale something instead of climbing on this, because I feel like this would actually be harder to climb than just climbing something without a ladder. Potentially. Good work, is what I'm saying. That is exactly what I want to see. What else did I have to say here? Complexity versus clarity. We were yearning for a little more detail, and we were yearning for your details to be a little more specific, because as far as concept goes, we can see the unicorn angle. It's very cute. You are very princess-y with your flowing fabrics. It is very cute. You're very ethereal in some of the shapes you've chosen. But I think we could get more mileage out of more repetition of the moon and more variety in the way we're repeating that moon and the way that we're incorporating it into the clothing. So I might put it here. We just want a little more detail. Focal point. What was the focal point before we made our edits? Because I sadly am not sure if it was the face. Let me turn off all of my things that I did here. The focal point to me is the legs right now, just because there's so much contrast in this area where this is so bright, this is so dark, and we have the biggest variety of colors happening here. Do you agree with me, Shroomates? Dress? Yeah, the dress would also potentially make sense, yeah. I don't know, I climbed like a monkey, managed most of these ladders. Okay, I get it, you're built different. I get it's a skill issue for the rest of us, but I still think OSHA would not like you doing that. Personally, I don't think they would be a fan of it. Deep blues make me think of gold and blue combo used for royalty in France. Yeah! Royal blue! Yes, those things are also helping with us, or helping us to read the concept effectively. Dress, we might just go if I use my peripheral vision. Light blue for me. Yeah, so unfortunately, not the face. So, the changes that we made, I think are helping the face to be a little bit more focal. I do think we may still need a classic EG sweeping gradient situation. We know them, we love them. Just to truly push the focal point up the body, effectively. Let's see. Money add, then multiply. Like that, potentially. Might all be all we need, because that's also pushing that gold back as well, because that gold was pretty high contrast, and it's also the biggest area that gold is occurring to. But I do think that helps. Bunch of painting that can help the color of the clothes and shape. Yeah, we just need to push that back a little bit. Does this count as adding gradient? It does. We've done this already, but yes, it does. Ultramarine's expansive. Because it's made from lapis lazuli. Yeah! She's got expansive clothing on. It looks cute on her, too. So, focal point. Unfortunately, not the face. And unfortunately, the face wasn't really doing all that much to attempt to be focal, other than through clarity of shape. So I think that would be the category we need to work on the most. But honestly, a lot of it is solved by the other categories already. That's the whole thing with the rubric anyways, that all of these categories are interconnected anyway, and improving a score in one category often likely improves a score in another category as well. So, I did think you were very cute though. I thought you were so endearing. I saw this design when I downloaded it and I was like, oh, you have to be the thumbnail for Winged next time. I also have like a hooved folder, but that's been sitting around for so long. I haven't had enough hooved fellows to get to it. So I was like, I'm using you right now for the wing one. I'm allowed as a treat. But math 3, 4, 5, right? 3, 4, 5, 6 and a half out of 10? Yeah, sounds right. Bam. Yippee! Good work, Lady Reaver! Can we get a round of applause, please, for rating Lady Reaver? Hello, I have 2 hands. I can ride my bike with no handlebars, and I can also clap my hands without 2 hands. I can clap 1 hand. Oh, I like the little freeform going wee 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 on the table. Yes, Lady Reaver! Claps. Yippee! Good work! Let's see, who is next? Save that, we'll close it to save my computer some resources. Wotrodian is next. At Wotrodian, she, they. Pilot engineer. I believe Wotrodian is most active on Blue Sky, if I remember from what I had seen when I was looking into where all these fellas were found. Close to clappings I have. Hey, it's clapping! It works for me. You're making noise in support of the fellas. Rex always uses I don't even know what it is, the little green guy who's clapping. With the big old giant hands. It's cute. So, Votrodian, she, they, at Votrodian, I think on Blue Sky, if I remember correctly. I made this art and rigged in 1 month. Although it's done, I wonder if there's any more improvements I should make and would like to hear critiques. What changes should I make on my model? I thought this was neat, specifically because of the pre-accident, post-accident angle that's happening here. I don't know if... I feel like I saw this somewhere else, but they didn't really make it clear in the details they provided here. But this is a pilot who crashes their plane. So I think, if I remember correctly, or like they fly too close to the sun and they crash. Maybe they don't have a plane. Maybe they just crash because they have wings. But if we look down here, the gore warning is like their head is like decapitated, their shirt's torn open. Yeah, Icarus, their eyeball is out. Yeah. A little bit uncanny and creepy, but I thought that was neat as an angle. Yeah, the Icarus angle is cool. So, big old stompy boots. If you haven't checked your box for big shoes, you can do that now. But I don't think I'm getting bingo today, actually, unfortunately. I don't think this actually takes a single one of my... Oh, wait, no, I have big shoes. Yeah, there we go. So, the design. First thing, right off the bat, we can talk focal point. And I usually hate starting on, like, one of the lower notes, but I do think that is the thing that this design is struggling with the most, unfortunately, because you have a lot of really dark tones sort of everywhere. The hair is dark, the wings are dark, the shorts are dark, the socks are dark, the shoes are dark, the shirt underneath is dark, as are the gloves also. Good variety of undertones contained there within all your darks. You've got some cool tones and some warm tones, masterfully done in that manner. However, the focal point is your chest. The yellow is just so bright, which I know that there isn't a reason why that's the case, especially if you're wearing like hazard clothing or like work site clothing. You're wearing your reflective colors, so that way, you know, people on the runway, on the, what is it, the tarmac? Somebody told me before what the runway is called for planes, but I can't remember now. If you're on the runway, people can see you. But for a VTuber design, we do need your face to be a little bit more focal. So, it may be something as simple as making your goggles have a color in them. Especially because then it makes it seem more like your goggles are defending you from the sun, too, if you put them down over your eyes. So you have this gold, which I could just reuse here. Let me see if a color layer works the way I want it to. I'll fill it in, bear with me. Normal. Color. Gold. So now we're distributing it more. We're sandwiching the face with it. So now, as a result of distributing it more, the red, which is only clustered on the neck and in the eye, becomes more highlighted 'cause it's between those elements. And your skin tone, because you're so pale compared to all the other dark colors used, can become more useful in highlighting your face too. Hi, Zany. Sometimes colored glasses are the answer. Yep, it's not my agenda. I wouldn't do this if it weren't for the fact that we just need something to raise the eye of the viewer higher here, potentially. When I walk down the runway, my main goal is to not think about people watching. Rex, are you a runway model? Are we getting Rex lore right now? Maybe different hair color, multicolor, duo color. Those could be other elements potentially as well. Yellow street scorpions. I don't know what that means. What are street scorpions? Why did I oog a second time? No. Okay, well, you could have pulled me, Rex. Color glasses are the answer sometimes. So, color to the goggles could be an opportunity. The eye color also, if you are open to the idea of not having red eyes, if you added a cooler color, that could also make the face more focal too, potentially. Maybe. If you added green or added teal, those are colors that aren't found really in the palette otherwise, so that we're taking you out of the more warm undertone palette. That's not necessarily completely necessary. Not necessarily completely necessary. How many times have I said necessary in the last 5 minutes? It's not something you would have to do, but it could be something that may make your face more focal, maybe. Artsy Pants, thank you for resubscribing. Or wait, for subscribing for 4 months. Thank you, I appreciate it. I hope you enjoy your rotation. I see you're doing a different kind of rotation there. You're doing like a side style rotation. But now you can do orb rotation. But welcome into the ad-free zone. The necessary amount of times it's been said. Better question, why are street scorpions? Who are street scorpions? Hang on, I don't like this green. Edit, tonal correction, hue saturation. Let me just slide through some hues. Oh, see, like desaturated green might be nice. Even blue might be nice. I know that the red is increasing the uncanny angle. However, oh, like if you shifted more pink, that could be helpful. If it was more maroon, or not maroon, less maroon and more pink, that it's a little bit more exclusive. When are the street scorpions? Question for my safety, where are the street scorpions? Hopefully they're not on my street. The green of the eye is same as the emerald in Minecraft. Red, blue, gradient. Yeah, you could do a gradient if you wanted to also, yeah. The whole eye doesn't have to be a changed color, but changing the color of the eye would also help the eye to be more focal, potentially. Karma Chaos, you care truly in your heart. How are the street scorpions doing? I hope they're having a good day. Thought the black shape was a big claw, so scorpion. Oh, no. The street scorpions are on your abandoned Animal Crossing island. They are. I gotta be careful. Sounds like a gang. Kind of does too. The wings being kind of low do feel a little bit claw-like, and they feel definitely very damaged the way that they are right now. I don't know if they're reading super clearly as wings at the moment. We may have to, like, hang on. Like, separate some of the feathers just a little bit more. Like, we can still make them, like, damaged if we go, like, so we can see, like, individual feathers have chunks missing from them or something. If you make them little, like, angular bits cutting in. But it doesn't feel as feather-like the way that it's shaped right now. Like, the tunnel snakes, the street scorpions. Are the tunnel snakes a gang? I've never heard of that. Remind me of torn tires. They do look a little like torn tires, too. Thought they had sides coming out of their arms. Ah, so we may need to do something about their placement and their shape to make it clear that these are wings. Maybe that's not making it worse. Maybe just making it so that there's a little bit more fluff coming off of them would help, potentially, maybe. Fallout 3 video game has a gang in the prologue called Tunnel Snakes. Ah, I like that you specified that it is a video game and that we are not in fact talking about the third time there's been a Fallout event. I don't think we've had a major Fallout event, but there's at least 2 partial reactor meltdowns, if not 3 in the world. So if you're referencing the third one, I don't know what that one would be. Ms. Val, thank you for following. I appreciate it. Do you like the tools in the tool belt? That's a nice detail. Yeah, for a pilot to be handy and have all of your little screwdrivers and your wrenches and your rescue rope is good. Might just be fine if they're animated in the final. Also true. The wings may be fine if they do move just a little bit. Have them rotated out from the hands more. That too. It's a placement thing, perhaps, unfortunately. I do wonder also if they had the, what do you call it? The like parachute harness thing going on with the legs too. If that may also play into the pilot angle in a nice manner as well. Where you get the little like, that thing. The thing that Mayano Top Gun has. You know? Thank you for the welcome. You're welcome. Thank you for the thanking me for the welcoming. I'm being confusing, sorry. Okay, so more pilot E details. Maybe the harness for if you are doing that. Have any idea what era of aviation they're roughly from? That could play into the design as well. True. They seem a little bit historic to me, given the goggles. But then again, those types of goggles may be worn by people who are using, like, personal crafts. But I am going to guess that this is not modern, based on the goggle style. Potentially. Theoretically. Because if we were in modern plane usage, the goggles look very different, and we do tend to go for, like, full helmets as opposed to goggles in at least military aviation. But if you're flying planes that aren't military, you don't even wear goggles. You just wear sunglasses usually in the modern day. You wear your aviators, as they're called. Looks like huge aviators because anime eyes are larger. But they have a leather backing to them, so they are goggles. That may be a clarity thing. Pilot engineer, so not strictly pilot. Is it? Oh yeah, pilot engineer. I'm like, where does it say pilot engineer? Right here in big red letters. Good work, EG. Sponsored by Ray-Ban. Not sponsored by Ray-Ban. No, not true. Yeah, we may need more clarity here. I wonder if this brown needs to be what's used for... Oh, wait, actually, that's darker. Oh, man, how does colors work? Hang on. I may just need to go clear this. And go like this and give it a drop shadow around the edges a little bit. I'll blur it out and make it less intense. Oh, that's not the blend tool. Can I have a blend tool? There we go. Thanks. Does that help? Maybe a little bit. That adds depth. Require a comically large wrench. A larger wrench could be fun, but the fact that it's shaped and sized in a way that makes sense is probably okay. This is a hood, but I do still think it could stand up off the shoulders just a little bit more to make it clear that it's a hood. Why can't I draw? Oh, there we go. Because right now I just thought it was a collar, in which case if it was a collar, I would want it to have a little bit more, whatchamacallit, like stand out off the shoulder a little bit more, but if we go like this, we can see it wrap around the body a little bit more, which would be good. This might just be a drawing thing more so than a, character design thing, but just so that I can see that it's a hood from the front, because we didn't have the back view, I don't know if I would notice that. Also, this fella has a ponytail, which I feel like is something where we could pose it off to one side a little bit more, so that way we can tell that the hair is pulled back from a front view. It might be more clear when the model is like rotating in space a little bit. I love rotation. But just for the way things are right now, from a front view, it could use to be a little clearer. How do you do that? How do I do what? I'm doing many things. I don't do this. I do this, but I did not do this one particularly, especially. This is a submitted art that I'm just editing over top of, but I do also draw. That's a long answer to a question, though. So blind, I feel you. Blind to what? Trackpad. Oh, my hand? It's called Spud Tablet, if that's what you're talking about. The pilot that crashed, would it be good thematically if at least one of their wings were broken to add to the asymmetry? Potentially. It seems like they have a toggle that is the broken version, and this is the non-broken version. This is the pre-incident accident version. But for this version, yeah, if the wings were broken and the feathers were like ripped out and much more ruffled, That could work potentially quite well. If the hair was even crazier here, maybe also too. Yeah. But I do think this might be the pre-accident version, potentially. Like the leather yellow and the glasses red tinted. Could do that, maybe. Let me just try that, just to see. That would have a lot more clarity. I don't know how realistic it is to have goggles that are on something yellow like this. Where is this layer? Is it this one? No. Where is my... Is it this one? Yes, okay. Nope. Hang on. Wait, I got this. Watch and weep. Bam. Now they're red. That's interesting. That feels a little bit too heavy before. Or now in the upper body. I may have to just make this one of the darker colors. Not as bright yellow. See, that's kind of okay. That might work. Have I tried Skylanders before? I cannot say I have. I think that came about after I was out of the target audience, potentially. But okay, hang on. So goggles work a little better. We can see some of the pilot-y angles. We've got the mechanic or engineer type of things. Is there anything else I might suggest to add here? I don't know. Because talking about this design before I made those additions to it, silhouette-wise, the wings add something interesting. The little belts off the side of the body, the big shoes, the asymmetrical bandana. Those are all decent things for silhouette. But adding the hair pushed to one side would make them even stronger, perhaps. But it's not like it's a bad silhouette as is. I'd say it's relatively recognizable from the wing placement as well. How does everyone ever try the Wii plus Wii U? I had a Wii, I just didn't have that game. Strap on the wings that can hold a flashlight when working on something. Ooh! Yeah, or like, have you seen those like clip-on flashlights that you can wear on your like collar? They make them so you can wear them on like a backpack strap or something. I'm specifically thinking of the way that they did them in Final Fantasy 15 also. In which I think it's just built into their jackets, but you could have like a flashlight or something here. It's like it's little like buttons that turn it off and on or something. Make it a little bit useful. Although I feel like having a headlamp would be more helpful than having it on your chest for engineering. Referring to not seeing the pilot engineer lettering. Oh, I see. Yeah. I did also blind it, but that is the result of me being the streamer. I will always blind the thing, given the opportunity, just because of the role I fill. It is just innate to being a VTuber. Probably. Being a streamer, even. Hang on, so let's see. Is there anything else? The one thing that I do think might just be interesting as a detail is that a lot of the time I do see if it's somebody who is doing work with ropes, they'll wear the rope around their sleeve or around their shoulder as opposed to in a belt or something. So like if we could see that this is being worn like over the shoulder or something, it could be interesting, but I don't know if we have to do that necessarily. It might be too much in that area. Might be fine the way that it is, but you could still have like, okay, here's our like rope thing coming out of it. Asymmetry. Bam. Trying to mod my 3DS. Ooh, good luck with that one. We're past the time where that's an easy thing to do. The controller wings, if you clip it on the wing, they can move the light, even if their hands are busy. Yeah, for easy access, I could see that also for the wing. Yeah, easy access for the rope, putting it over the shoulder might be nice, but I feel like that might just be too much detail in that area, having something long there too. And it's also similar enough in value that it might get lost. But let me just see here. So, for design in general, the color palette, pretty good. A little bit of clarity trouble from some things that are similarly dark against each other. The sleeves against the wings get a little bit lost, but not too bad. And the color choices themselves are all pretty well done. The variety of undertone, from warm undertones in the pants to cool undertones in the socks and the shirt and the hair, form a good blend. So colors themselves, I would say, work mostly okay. There's a couple clarity things. Also the goggle background. For the silhouette, I wish there was just a little more asymmetry, maybe just a little. There's a little here. We could push the hair into the silhouette a little bit more. We could push like some part of the rope out of the pocket for asymmetry. If the wings are a little bit goofy, that could also help maybe. Just give me a little more, mayhaps. For For complexity versus clarity, I think the level of detail is pretty good the way it is. There's a couple little details I may suggest to add just to further the pilot and pilot engineer angles just a little bit, but that's more in the concept area. It feels like the clothing is designed to be specific enough. The layering helps it to feel like it is something that someone would truly wear out in the field. Doesn't feel like there's a lot missing, and it's not overdone. So level of detail, totally fine. Focal point, unfortunately, which is where we started, not the face. It is really the chest. But then custom motif, there's a couple things we could probably push to be a little bit more related to the concept, but otherwise, I feel like this is a very interesting design to me. This stood out to me from a long time ago when I downloaded it as well. It stayed in my memory because I was like, oh, that's so cool. And Icarus flew too close to the sun, crashed, had an accident situation where somehow you're still alive and there's some spirit angle. Neat. Very neat. The pilot engineer angle too. You got a lot of good concept angles happening here that made it memorable for me. So let me just do a ladder for good measure. I didn't forget. You thought I forgot. I did not. Osmond, thank you for following. I appreciate it. Org eyelid getting heavy. Nilo, you are still awake. You do fall asleep sometimes during stream, I've noticed. You tend to comment on the YouTube video after you fall asleep. And I find it's funny, because sometimes it'll be the first comment I get is the Nilo fell asleep comment. Okay, bottom of those, top of that. This cuts across the chest right here. The bottom of that, the top of this. The shoulders were a little bit lower before I edited them. That's asymmetrical and angled. The chin, the hair, the eye, the goggles, the top of the goggles, and then the top of the hair. There we go. Thoughts on this ladder? Honestly, there's not as much clustering around the head as I may want, but I would not say that this is especially climbable as a ladder. Good variety and spacing. Got some ones that are really close together. Ouchie. Really close together. A little bit more of that proximity. Close proximity around the face, too. Got some broader steps, especially down in the legs where you don't need as much detail. Got a little bit of asymmetry throughout. A little bit of diagonal movement out. I'm looking at you. I'm making eye contact with you through my lovely ladder situation. You are now afraid of me and cannot see the ladder, so now you are safe from its danger. I'm doing this on purpose to save you and to afford you safety. Anyways, I think that passes. But overall, not a lot of modifications to be made here. Just a couple little fine tunes. What is this? 3, 4, 5, 6.5, 7, and then you were also a thumbnail fella. So I think that makes for 8, maybe? 8 out of 10. Well, I'm still T-posing here menacingly. I can't clap right now, though. You've stolen my ability to clap, so you guys have to clap extra for me. Picks the lowest contrast color imaginable in order to grade. Come on, give me my hands back. I want to clap. I want to say good job to Wotaro. Come on. Please. Please. Oh, wait, it looks like I have wings now. Do you see? The wings from the back view are perfectly aligned with my body. I thought it was TTS. Not quite. There we go. Yippee! If you want TTS, Gary is TTS. There's a thing that makes Gary talk. That's TTS. But hell yeah! 8 out of 10! That may be one of the higher scores we've gotten on this rubric. Where'd they lose marks? It was for, mostly for focal point. Right now we've got my edits on, so you can't see it. But if I turn all my edits off, the chest was the main focal point, and there's a couple of clarity little issues with some dark on dark elements. We just can't make out the edges of very clearly. Yeah. You can make Gary talk, make Gary sing, and you can make Gary chant. Well, I prefer if you didn't make him chant, but I guess it is possible. Gary, if you're not familiar, Gary is my son. Gary is this guy sitting next to me, who I just almost accidentally punched. Were you trying to prevent me from clapping? I'll have you know, I can still clap, even if I have big old bam, wham, bop, boop, bop, bam. Big old boxing gloves on. Highest for today, I think. It's highest for today. I wonder what the highest on the new rubric is in general for VTuber designs. Let's see. So now we have final thumbnail fella. This is Laird Lampback. Lamp Black, rather. Sorry. They, them at Laird Lamp Black on Tumblr. I could have sworn I had a colored turnaround of my ref, but sadly I do not. Cape and Hat are meant to be toggleable, and classic cartoons have been a huge inspiration for this design across numerous iterations. I can see the classic cartoon inspiration. You've got the classic, like, fully dark rubber hose arm and white glove combo. But look how cute! If anybody needed Big Hat for their, bingo, here you go as a gift. Boxing glove seems delicious. Looks like caramel. This looks like caramel to you? They're so red. I hope your caramel isn't red. That'd be a little concerning. I did? You did what? What did you do? Oh, as a treat, you did mark it down your bingo? Good. Misheard cartoons as perfumes and now I'm awake. Nilo, you're very easy. Now, is this person wearing shoes? Great question. I don't have the answer. I don't actually know if they have that. Unclear. Bad SEO because it shows the lamp black pigment and black lamps. I know, it's tough. I know that that's probably meant to be a reference because I am going to go out on a limb and say that this may also be a, what is it? Bendy and the ink, what is the ink machine? Is it Bendy and the ink machine? Is that what it's called? An ink something. Lamp black is used to make ink as a pigment. So I'm wondering if that is a reference to ink because that's also something that is in a similar style as well with the rubber hose inspiration a little bit. And if I'm remembering correctly what that creature looks like, it also has dark horns like this too. The ink boy, the horns. Am I correct? Have I managed to be successful in guessing what this was? Whoa. Yas. Well, I'm going to say that they aren't, so I have bingo. What aren't? So you have bingo. Oh, that these aren't shoes? Sure. I'll allow it, because it's unclear. We can't tell. Anyways, very cute design. Big old chunky hat. We can kind of already make out what the silhouette is here already. The wings add to the silhouette. The contrast of big chunky hair also makes it so that the silhouette has all the weight in the upper half, and then the thin, more like streamlined, I guess they're technically wide leg work pants. Keep it so that we're sort of slimming out in the lower part of the body, which is good for silhouette. The design is completely symmetrical, other than the hair, but the hair is a pretty big part of the design given the proportioning, so I'm willing to give points for that. And the hat also sits asymmetrically in this version in a way that offsets and provides asymmetrical balance for the hair being asymmetrical on this side. But as far as silhouette goes, honestly, probably pretty fine. I feel like this might be a pretty decently recognizable fella, especially because of the star shape for the tail too. It's not a typical demon style tail. It's been given a little bit more design to it, which helps. So right off the bat, we can go maybe like that. Wow. I feel like it could still be stronger, but close. It's pretty good, pretty decent. It's a solid silhouette shape. I just wonder if there could be more negative space and also a little more. Oh, hiccups, just a little more asymmetry, maybe. Well, I think I'm being actually too picky, Nate. I can say those things as critiques, but I think that's actually too picky of me. I may put it back there. Inside the hat looks like thermal camera picture. Interesting. Yeah, it is an interesting gradient we're seeing there. For the color palette, I would say this is a very engaging color palette, once again, because we have a variety of undertones. We've got warm browns, we've got cooler blacks, we have blue. Here, the head works much stronger as a focal point because the blue is mostly isolated in this area. Blue ribbon and blue hat does make it so we want to look to the blue area of the design, but even here, I would say that the color design is nice. Good variety of undertones. The blue provides a nice little bit of contrast. The blue of the eye also is going to help make the face more focal. The yellow, yeah, the gold is quite nice too. I'm not really having any clarity issues for the most part over here. I think one of the things happening though is that there's no neck, so therefore we're seeing both the hat and the hair come through here, but that's something that would be solved just by rendering back here if we did like, bam, multiply layer. So that way we can see that like the inside of the collars is not the hair potentially, and then just blend that out. But that's not that big of a deal. It's just because this is flat art. It's okay. But I would probably also say not perfect, but it's pretty dang good in this area. However, for focal point, I do think there's some things that could be modified to make it stronger. Oh, Risky Boots, thank you for gifting us up to Innocent. That was very kind of you. Can we rotate for Risky Boots, please? I love that you guys know the drill and I don't have to ask you to rotate. There's already somebody rotating every time before I ask. But do rotate, please, if you'd be so kind. Thank you. Can't recall anything similar, especially in the VTubing sphere. Even the designs of Bending the Ink Machine. Okay, so that's for silhouette. That's good. That means this is a well and truly unique design, which is good. Yippee! If you got sniped, please say thank you also. Mayhaps. Potentially. Where was I? What was I thinking? Oh, I was gonna say, as far as concept goes, this bird adjacent angle repeating in the inside of the cape is cute too, where we're getting that sort of shell, what do you call it? Rouged, no, what is the scalloped layering on the inside of the cloak. Cute, good repetition. Repeating a motif throughout is a good deal to do. I do think that one of my critiques as far as level of detail goes, which is where I'm sort of heading now though, is that the texture being used for the cloak, or the cape, or whatever we want to call this, or the cape, is too realistic. There's gradients in it, despite the fact that gradients aren't really used anywhere else in the design, and there's just so many sparkles. It's increasing the level of detail in here in a way that is disproportionate to the rest of the design. If you want to have sparklies in your cape, you totally can. However, you may want to hand draw them yourself. Let me hide that. I can grab the color of it though. Oops, hang on. Turn back on the things I did. If you want to have little sparklies, you could like hand draw some kind of sparkle. This will feel just a little bit more integrated into the way the rest of the design was made. Especially if you're doing it with pen that is the same thickness as your line art is. Theoretically. And then you can vary your sizes a little bit if you want. But this just feels a little bit more in tune with the way that the rest of the drawing has been created. Oh, Francis Loves, thank you for following. I appreciate it. Lowering the opacity or clustering the brush could work maybe. It could also work, but I find that those pre-made brushes, especially for stars, often do not work more often than they do work, unfortunately, just because the style of it is so different from everything else here. If this was a design that had more gradients, had more small details and things like that in it, it could work better, but this is so graphic that something like that, which is a little bit more light and airy, doesn't really mesh well with the art style, potentially. But I would say that this is potentially a stronger way of handling that. I am also having clarity trouble from the fact that we are doing spot blacks against spot blacks. So you may have to do like an atmospheric perspective thing or an edge highlight thing. We do like a add glow, grab this maybe, and just outline the edge of the feathers some, and I could gradient them as well. But that way we can just see where they're overlapping the cape or cloak a little bit better. And they don't even have to be that bright. It just needs to be enough that I can figure out that edge. Hold up, did I miss the celebration of reaching 6K? I didn't get a little thing that told me I reached 6K. I wonder, did I reach 6K when I was not live? That very well could be. Let me see, do I have an announcement for it? So it colors that differently. It does like the little like hype train or like celebration colors. I reached 6K last week, did I? Oh, actually no. Apparently I reached 6K 15 hours ago. So we got it before stream. Hell yeah. We're creeping closer to my goal. I don't know if I'll hit. My original goal for this year was to have 10K by the end of the year. We're getting closer. We're almost double where I was last year at this time right now, which is really exciting. Last year, I think I was a little bit over 3,000 at this point, which, yippee! We've doubled the shroommates! My reaches go far and wide. The good word of mushroom will reach you all. But, man, the Twitch numbers are much harder to modify than the numbers in other places. I have to do something about the fact I hit 40K on YouTube not that long ago also, which I guess is part of the celebration of our partner celebrations that are currently hiatus indefinitely, while I wait for my health to allow me to not be fog of a brain for more time. But yes, the mycelium does ever spread. We're reaching further corners of the interwebs. But thank you all for following me. I appreciate it. Makes sense. Kind of like how you can tell when someone uses asset brushes in a comic. Yeah! Honestly, the best way to use asset brushes is to use them as a basis and then draw over them later. Tell your friends and family and enemies to follow so EG can get to 10K. Serious. You can. I still want to do... I have to make this. I should just do this week. I want to make like a goofy campaign where we make little like printouts of have you seen this shroom with the little tear off things at the bottom where it has my like Twitch information or something. So then I can like post them around where I live, or like if I go on vacation, so you can somehow encounter an EG in the wild, or like you guys could post them places so you can make it so others encounter an EG in the wild. Wouldn't that be wild? Because like I can't afford a billboard, that's too crazy, but like we can do like little things on little billboards in places where we think like, I don't know, people might be interested in an EG. I feel like that could be cool, right? Euros, thank you for following. I appreciate it. I'm down. Let's go. Let's go. We'll figure something out. I just have to find the time to do that. Hang on. As I was editing that, the star on the end of the tail will also need something so we can see it. Be wild. It would be kind of wild. Fundraiser to book Times Square. Oh my god. That's really expensive. I know there's some VTubers who have had events where you could see them in Times Square. I think Nenasteria had one not that long ago for her 3D. But I feel like that's not like a functional use of Shroomate funding. I feel like there's other better ways we could reach people. Also, there's a Irium streamer too who has a billboard somewhere, which is interesting. I don't know. The newbie, no idea you had a second channel, so just adding that info to your previous YouTube might help. I do actually have that info on my YouTube, on my page. If you scroll down, it's on there. I don't use that account incredibly often, but I mean, not a bad thing to have. Next over the stream state is a billboard. Is it? I don't know if it is. I don't know if it is. I feel like that's so expensive, and the return on that investment, as cool as that is of a thing, is not enough for me to feel okay with you guys deciding to do that. Someone gets you on a holo live stream. Oh my god. I will tell you, I'm gonna tell you a secret. Come here, I'm gonna tell you a secret. Collabing with streamers of that scale, often by and large, is not that helpful. Because their viewers, a lot of the viewers of especially companies like HoloLive or Nijisanji are HoloLive viewers or Nijisanji viewers. They're people who exclusively watch corporate VTubers. And yeah, they're a little bit more conservative, and the fact that I am non-binary and look feminine already precludes me from being able to collab in a lot of places, which is intriguing. So I don't know if that's in our future, but that's not a bad thing. It's not in our future. I love HoloLive. I support the girlies. I support the HoloStars. However, I don't think that's a good place to put me. I think their fan base would either eat me alive or not like me either. Their loss. Yeah, it's fine. Don't worry. Instead of the Oscar Mayer mobile, we need a Gary mobile. Oh my god, that'd be so hard to construct, but it would be cool. Anyways, I do have to kind of focus. What about large indie VTubers? Here's the thing. Any discussion of me streaming with a large indie VTuber is unfortunately going to come across as a thing where it seems like I'm only doing it for clout, especially given the conversation we're having right now. There are many of those that I look up to and admire, but, I don't know if you guys have noticed about this about me. I'm shy. I'm shy. I have had, I think we can still count the number of collabs I've been a part of on 2 hands. Sorry? No, you're good. Don't worry. You guys are okay. Nothing to be sorry about right now. I am so shy. I have collabed, the people I've collaborated with are often repeat collaborators too. I've collabed with Yam a couple times, collabed with Vil a couple of times, collabed with Al and Jankin a couple of times, but like, I've mostly kept to myself. I think I'd be too scared. I think I'd be too nervous. For much of the collabs with other people. There are art collabs I've been looking to try and invite people to, but I'm just such a weenie. I just haven't invited anyone to them. Because that's like the whole thing with artist VTubers too, is that so many of us are shy and we're introverts, and I would love to bring us together. So that way, you know, I can make us all get out of our shell, which I think is what Vil's trying to do to some of us also. But I just haven't worked up the courage to do it yet, or had the time. Sorry, I have bad ideas? No, you're good. No, you don't have bad ideas. It's okay. Oh, as far as big collabs go in terms of a lot of people, yeah. I was there for Yomi's birthday, but I wasn't even live for that. I think you could only see me if you popped in on somebody else's stream. I wasn't live. The biggest collab I've been in was technically a Jenkins collab, but that was only one-on-one with a couple of people. And then also collab with Vil that was like 3 weeks ago where there were 4 of us. I'm just a little guy. I'm just a little guy. And all things considered, like I've said before, as we're having this conversation, I do need to just make it clear. I do need to make it just very clear, which is that I am very happy with where we are right now. I don't feel any need for us to be like suddenly rocketing into some other bracket of viewer count. I'm happy with where we are right now. I am truly appreciative of everybody who takes any time out of their day to hang out in this room state, and I like that I can read chat. So like the idea of being in the position that some of the indie VTubers are in terrifies me. Is scary. I like reading. I feel bad when I miss other things, and I'm sure if we gradually progress in that direction, I'll get used to it, as will all of us, but I don't feel the need to have any kind of viral success happen immediately anywhere. I'm happy where we are right now. I'm content. Anyways, I gotta lock us back in for critiques because I want to do one more. I want to do one more after this. Please, please. But when in doubt, thank you for following. I appreciate it. But moral of the story of all that is we can do a little goofy grassroots, like get the word out about Squiiji via putting up little posters. But like, I don't think we need to do anything crazy. I'm just hanging out. I'm just chilling. I'm having fun. So, what did I not talk about in this design yet? We've talked about a couple of things. Level of detail, and some of the clarity there within. Level of detail's fine. I am going to be picky and say this. This is the conglomeration of the way that those details in the cape were rendered with the fact that there's some areas that aren't super clear. Level of detail is okay. It's just we need to consolidate some of those aspects. So I'm being a distraction? You're not. You're good. Don't worry, you're fine. Unless I particularly directly yell at someone, you guys don't need to apologize to me. You'll know if I'm upset. You will be aware. If I just go, hey, we gotta focus, that doesn't mean I'm mad at any of you. No one needs to apologize, you're good. I am quite hard to disturb. I'll put it that way. Don't try and disturb me. But I am not easy to disturb. I just roll punches most of the time. Focal point! Focal point is where I was getting. So, in this version here, the chest is the focal point. It's because this yellow is the most saturated part of the design. This is the second time we've had yellow on the chest in an outer layer be focal. No! Despite the fact that the blue is more exclusively used in the eye, it's not enough. We need more. Either the blue somewhere or less of the gold somewhere. And I really like this gold too, so I don't want to say to reduce the gold. It may be something where, if the eye had more rendering, like, you know, there's this darker blue here. You could put that in the eye to give more contrast, maybe, to the eye. We could raise the level of detail in the upper body as well, too, maybe. I actually don't know if I have a solution. Blue hair clip? Maybe blue hair clip. Since we don't have a blue bow somewhere else, a blue ribbon could be interesting. You've got this little, like, braided back chunk of hair where if we could see that, like, when you're not wearing the hat, there's some sort of, like, ribbon being worn that's tying those elements back. That could help. I think blue is going to be our best friend as we're trying to make the head a little bit more focal, potentially. Hello, mouse, there we go. Patterned collar with blue being added. Yeah, that could also be an opportunity. Where's my mouse? There we go. You can have like the some kind of pattern or something for interest. I might need to pick a dark color. There we go. Not saying to pick this pattern, but a pattern could be beneficial. I agree. That does raise the focal point functionally. But focal point was chest, needs to be head. If you're not wearing the hat. Even with the hat, it is a little bit distracting. All this gold down here, but it's less so. It's working a little bit better here. Then, for concept and motifs, the concept of being inspired by historic cartoons, classic cartoons, that rubber hose style, I can see pretty clearly. The bird motifs are interesting, with the tail in combination. They're making me think you might be a demon of some sort, which is also coming from my subtle familiarity with the bendy ink machine media. And then you're a magician of some sort, I would guess, from the hat style, or a witch. The hat style, the cape style are telling me that. And a little bit of star motif helps too. Yeah, the literal horns on the head do also help, yes. I agree. But I think I'm getting the concept pretty clearly for the most part. It's so pared down that I don't really want to tell you to change very much about it concept-wise, where I'm picking up all the right clues. So it may be okay the way that it is. And finally, let me do a ladder. Also, this is really small compared to the other ones we looked at. Hang on, red. So you can see it a little better. Bam. Bottom of feet, bottom of pants. This is off to one side. Bottom of the wings, but they would be symmetrical. Bottom of that second layer of the wings. The waistline. The sleeves. The top of, oops, hang on, yeah, the top of the undershirt. I could do it on this one too. They're gonna be different. I'm gonna guess if the arm was at its side, you'd probably have a line also from that little edge in the glove to the dark stuff happening in the neck probably gets a line. And then the mouth would have a line. I'd probably give the eyes a line if the head wasn't tilted. The hairline gets a line. There'd be a line here and a line here because the heights of the two sides of the hair are very different, but then one line for the top of the horns. And let me do this one real quick too. Weep, 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 weep. Hang on. Here, and here, and here, and here. Oh, I forgot one here. Hang on. And then there's one probably like in here somewhere for the hat elements. Mouth, eyes, hairline, top of this hair, top of that hair, top of the horns, hat brim, hat is asymmetrical. Bam. There we go. I don't think I'd want to particularly climb either of these things. There are some surprisingly equal sections here, but it's not too bad because there's so much asymmetry, there's partial lines, there's clustering. The cluster is mostly around the head also. I'd say it works just fine. I ain't too worried about it. Pop! Thank you for your ladder donations. Very kind of you. Looks at you menacingly through the bars of my cell. Sorry I still lurk. That's okay. You don't have to apologize for lurking. Thank you for being here. I hope you're enjoying your lurk. And oh, bonus point. Because I also thought this was a rather memorable design that ended up on the thumbnail as well. So, point layout. 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9 out of 10? 9 out of 10, I think. Hell yeah. Good work! Round of applause. Never see someone apologize for lurking? Yeah, no! No one needs to apologize for lurking. I appreciate the lurking. That's not a crime. That is an encouraged activity, even. Good work, Laird. Lamp Black. You're very cute, very memorable. Very distinct, also. And I think this is a good way of showing how you can make a design that is clearly a reference to a piece of media while still being unique enough that A, I don't think you'd be in trouble in the trouble zone as far as cease and desists are involved. But you can still kind of playing homage maybe here. Yeah! Good work! Lurking's not a crime, but chanting is. True, exactly. Sometimes I need to apologize full stop. Ave, I feel like you particularly. Were you, someone told us before that somebody was yelling to stop apologizing. Was it you, Ame? Remembered I ordered a taiyaki pan at 2 a.m. last night? No regrets. Hell yeah, that sounds yummy. Not unnecessarily. It may have been you, yeah. Hello from a YouTube fan. Hi! Welcome on over here. Very kind. Oh. Amber, what did you nuke? Oh, I see. Understandable. Thank you for your service. Save this. Close this. Hang on. It didn't save or close. Try again. Save. Close. Bam. Close this one because we're on our last one here, I believe, potentially. There we go. Final. So what's this, reviews? Yeah, we're doing VTuber design critiques. We're critiquing submissions from viewers of the past. Recognize this one. You may recognize this one. This is another shroomate. This shroomate is currently in our YouTube chat. May also be multi-track drifting, potentially. And yeah, they are active on the server quite often. I'm saying they. She is the words. Hi, Silver! First chant back gets deleted, not appreciated. That's not what it is. We appreciate you, Miraku. You just can't say those things. You just can't do that. So ethereal. Yeah, okay, so Silver Fae, she, her, at Sylvie Fae. I am the Sylph of Storms. Sylphs are a type of wind spirit slash fae. I leaned to a more fae-like aspect, adding wings and the such. I wanted something fantastical and fun, but also elegant, classy, and graceful. I also wanted some sort of pink pop because my favorite color is pink. The Storm Boa has a stormy toggle, and hopefully the lightning will be flashing on the rigged model. Ooh, that's gonna be neat. My main concerns are centered around the general concept and the colors. Do I clearly portray what I'm going for? Are my colors interesting enough? Is the face my focal point, or does something distract you from it? Any other notes are appreciated. So I have one of your previous submissions. Because actually, hang on first. So you submitted a couple times. Silver, is this your most recent submission? I just want to make sure because Nano's was not working and I couldn't find Nano's most recent. Is this the most recent version of your design? Question mark? Because I saw at least one other version. Also, the socials are correct. I did. You did? You did what? This most recent? Oh, okay, okay. Good. Good to hear. Okay, most recent. So I have your previous version here just because I want to note that the distinction between the light, like beautiful sunny sky version and this darker, cloudier, stormy version, I feel like could be used to a greater effect. I feel like you could incorporate parts of both of these designs in. Where here, if I zoom in, this is a previous submission. This file is really big. I had to shrink it down a bit. You were like 350 DPI and like almost 8,000 pixels wide. My computer had a cow opening it. Don't worry about it though. I fixed it. It's okay. But the distinction between having, you know, this much brighter, airier, sunny sky with the golden clouds, pink tips at the bottom of the draping folds is lovely. I wish you kept this color palette. For as much as it is distracting from the face a little bit maybe, I miss the gold happening. It's much more of a contrast against the cooler colors that you ended up going with. And also, the exaggeration here. I see the style has changed a bit, but the hair is so much wider here. Where here, you do still have that bob, but I'm missing that exaggerated width because that was something that was making you feel even more fae-like. So I was just bringing that one in to be a reference where like you could still have the hair be like this. Bam. Maybe not even that wide, but just a little wider than it is now, perhaps. Let me push that back in just a little. Like that might be more realistic. But it feels particularly more fairy-like and ethereal. Having it be a little bit wider, having a little bit more of that negative space visible in it, And the other thing I would say about the hair right now is that the level of detail in the hair might just be a little bit too high, where it's reducing clarity. I can't really clearly make out the front and back hairs from each other because for as much as there is shading, the line art is sort of overriding it a little bit right now. So I may suggest limiting how many individual hairs you're drawing inside of each lock, potentially, you or whoever the artist may be, just so that way I can more clearly determine the hair groupings, potentially. My bias thinks it's normal. I would say it's not abnormal, and for those sort of like fairy or fae style illustrations, it's not uncommon. I don't think you have to remove all of them, perhaps. I'm only painting over right now, so that way it's just consistent for us to look at, but just some of them. We don't quite need all of them. You're gonna make her have donkey ears too? Go! Let it go! Let it go! Let it go! Just because I like big ears doesn't make them donkeys. The ears could be bigger to add more to silhouette. It would be fine, but we don't have to do that. It'd be okay. Either way. So for my own review. Yeah, this is Riraku's own thing. Have a habit of drawing individual locks. You can draw individual locks, just maybe not as many of them. Where, like, if I were to pare this one down the way I think might be effective, just, like, nix this piece, nix this piece. And then maybe make them not all attached all the way at the top. But then I would say, like, this is an appropriate level of detail now. Where it still feels like it's in keeping with those sort of, like, fairy illustrations that you see in, like, notebooks and the, like, what do you call it, like, Western style of fairy depictions, maybe? But it's not as overwhelming, maybe, and there's more space for the shading to appear, potentially. Then also, one of the other things that I am sad that we're losing from this version too is the wing shape. These wings are so much more angular. They feel much more specific. These feel a little bit more like a generic fairy wing, where the shape here feels more specific. They feel butterfly-like more here because they've got that 1-2 sort of style of bump, which maybe they have that here too, but it's not as clear that that's happening. So just like notes of things maybe to bring back from the previous version. The hair is also sitting almost exactly on the same line as the edge of your cloud boa. So I might drop the hairline just a little bit. Alternatively, you could also maybe raise the line of this so that way they don't feel like they're a tangent from a distance. You guys already competing with Gloop Queen for size? What is this? The Gloop Queen ear size matrix? Is Gloop Queen the upper end of ears that you will accept? I don't think Gloop is having that big of ears. Are Gloop's ears really that big? Gloop has really big ears? Really? I feel like the thing I noticed about Gloop most is the... Oh, the hat. Okay. I would say the hat is what I think of. Interesting. Okay. Anyways, as I was saying, I do enjoy the detailing inside of the wings because it is specific to the storm angle with all these nice spirals. You've got good motif repetition in the design throughout the dress. We've used the cloud shape both in a sort of positive and negative sense to form the detailing of the clothing. We've got lightning bolts on the clothing too, which is cute. So good incorporation of motifs into a design that is still meant to be sleek and elegant, but still detailed. It's good. And the way that these are fading out towards the bottom is helping us to push the focal point higher towards your head, as well as the brown hair being the only element of a warm zone or a warm color. Good work. Those things are working in the right direction. But I do still think this, for as much as the gold may be distracting us from the focal point, come here, I'm gonna tell you a secret. We can ignore effective character design. We can choose to get less points because it makes things more interesting sometimes. I did it in my design. I've done it in other designs too. A 10 out of 10 does not mean a design is interesting. It just means it's effective, maybe. So you could go back to using this color palette for your good weather version of the design, because this is giving that bright sunny weather vibe. It helps the duality a little bit more here. Where here, this still feels really stormy, where you're trying to have, if we're trying to have a greater difference between ways of depicting the design, stormy versus sunny, we could get more out of treating it this way. And then you get more pink in too from the trails of the dress. EG breaks the rules more at 7. Yeah, uncommon jump EG scare of rule breaking. Breaking my own rules, which aren't rules. They're all just a rule of thumb, or they are just a loose guideline often. Yeah, 10 out of 10 doesn't mean a design is marketable either. Slash smirk. I love smirk as a tone indicator. That's so funny, Rex. Look at Brian Froudsberry's for reference. There's some in live suggestions. Ooh, okay. That may be the illustration style that I'm thinking of off the top of my head, but I can't place who the illustrator is. Because I'm thinking of, like, you know those, like, garden figures of fairies? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Interesting. Those are some interesting background fairies, but oh, they're so sparkly and so ethereal. They're so low contrast in a way that I don't know if would work as a VTuber design. But oh, the cascading fabric, the wings being so huge and tall. Ooh. I will say one of the other things they're doing well in this, to emphasize the fact that you are a fae or a little tiny fairy guy, is the scale of the wings and the scale of the boa. They're making you feel much smaller in comparison, so it's doing something for us as far as what type of scale we assume you are in our minds. So that's effective for your concept as well. Back, the gradient between the dress and the legs is good. Yeah. I agree. I happen to agree. Cool for illustration. Yeah, no, this is sick for illustration because the fairy is focal because of the color and the value being used in it. But there's a lot of low contrast areas throughout this. Contrast isn't everything in illustration sometimes. Also, mushroom. Look, it's me. Actually, it's not me. It's any of you who are Amanita muscaria. I think that's probably what these are. Although Amanita muscaria doesn't tend to flatten like that, but it does have the distinctive little globs on them, which I forget what are called. Are they called warts? They might be. I don't remember. But if you need inspiration for designing, the name Brian Froud may be helpful to you, perhaps, for rendering styles, maybe, if you're interested in that little bit of glow. Because that could also increase the ambient, ethereal feeling that you are giving off. Design's gorgeous. It really is. I do truly agree with you. We didn't talk about silhouette yet, either. Hang on. Let me hide my edits, which I don't know where are. Here we go. There we go. Clip that. White. Bam. Oh, on this version, you already had your silhouette shown, and your silhouette hasn't really changed very much from that, but the big cloud-like shrug or boa, the semi-transparent wings and bits of fabric, the hair shape as well, because we can still see a little bit of it against the upper edge of the clouds. Lovely! I can tell that you're a fairy. I feel like there may be something we could do to make you more distinctly yourself as a fairy, and I do think that the little bits of lightning over here are helping, but honestly, I can't really complain too much. Fairies are known for the way that they dress being either very orderly or very woodlandy, and therefore disorderly, but I think you're going for more of the perfection and ethereality angle of it, maybe. That would be my educated guess. So for that reason, I'm not too bugged. But I do think the one last thing that I would say about the clothing here maybe is that you could potentially benefit from a little bit of texture. A little more texture maybe. Because that was something that I noticed in those illustrations we were looking at, is that there's a lot of painterly texture that feels like almost like veins that you would find in a leaf, or veins that you find in a wing, or looking like the bark of trees or something, where you have some good little bits of it here, but I'm wondering if you could have a really subtle pattern inside of some of these elements too, maybe just to go the extra mile, just a little bit as a treat. Just for me. Not just for me, for everybody, but for me also. Super duper hyper pretty and awesome, yes. Lots of very kind words from the Shrewmates on this one. So, hang on. I'm gonna start doing a little bit of grade, but about the cloud gradient on the limbs, if I'm being honest with you, I wasn't really noticing it because it's so subtle. The arms are so covered that I didn't even really notice it was happening. on the arms. I can see it if I zoom in real close, that you've got this area here where, because you're using the skin color as a contrast, we can tell it's happening. You may want to have some detailing like that on the hand. Not really quite sure how I would suggest. Maybe if you had something like wrapping around the fingers or something, or like swirling from the palm or something. But that way we would be able to tell that that's happening in this part of the design as well, just because I hadn't really noticed it. And it is very subtle. Did want to be subtle. That's true. We love a little bit of subtlety. It is quite subtle. I do think that maybe just a little bit in the hands for clarity could be good, but it's not too bad. It's cute. If you gradated them for this version, subtly, of course, also, into the darker palette, I'm gonna do it real dark, and I'll make it lighter, don't worry. For the storm angle, that could also be interesting too, where we do associate the sort of like colored in fingertip trope with ethereality as well. Let me clip this on here so I can draw like a normal person. There we go. Bam. Bam. And then I'll gradate it, and I'll also make it not as dark, so it's not as intense. But then you could have this like really light and bright and ethereal version for the sunlight version as opposed to the storm version. I'm not composing sentences. I'm just saying words that just become infinite run-ons accidentally, and I'm so sorry to all of you for it. I don't know why I keep doing that today. Yeah, like that. Now they feel a little bit stormier, just subtly, see? And you could do the same with your toes if you want to, like at the ends of your feet. Hey, are you wearing shoes? This is a question for bingo purposes. Are you wearing shoes? It seems like you're wearing socks. I don't have individual toes visible, but what is the situation here? Not that it has any bearing on my bingo at all, because I don't even have that as an option, but there we go. Love that you know she's flying or floating because the pants are white at the bottom. Yes, also the toes being pointed down and the clothing going beyond the edges of the toes do tell us that you are floating and flying. Oh, wait, I need to drag this to be wider. I accidentally can't get the edges of the feet. Honestly, this could be even lighter, too. I've made it too dark, potentially. Woo! Hang on. Bigger airbrush. Bam. Bam. Yeah, there we go. Limb gradients are good. They're pants. Pants attached to the skirt. The design is so good. Are they? Just didn't draw toes for reasons. Gonna have toes, but yeah. Fair. They're pants? They're pants. Miruku is chanting. Design is so good. Miruku is your biggest fan. So, okay. Finally, I think for level of detail things, I do think that the chains might just be a little bit too small, especially in the hair. So let me find a new layer where I can add a little bit more clarity to them. They're just too small. Where I know that we're trying to make them delicate, but if you want to make them delicate, you could just treat them as sort of like a straight line, where you have the line art on the outside of it still too, and you can have a little bit of variety in it, and have some sparklies in it. But having all these little tiny black marks, where the line art on those elements is thinner than other elements, just makes it not read as clearly. Especially in the hair, because there's already a lot of long shapes in the hair, disguising it, and also just a lot of lines in general. There we go. So I can see that a little bit better now. Do the same for the hips and the waist. I would also push you to think about if there may be some way that the jewels could be more specific. Right now they are raindrops, which does relate to these clouds in the sky, but that teardrop shape is not an uncommon jewelry shape. And I do wonder if there may be something else we could do to make them more specific, where if they had like clusters, where, you know, this one has like another raindrop coming off the side of it in a different size, or if we have a couple of them where it's like this, or if the raindrops themselves have something else. Lightning bolt jewels. Careful with lightning bolts. Depending on how you shape them. We've seen one bad instance of a girly making lightning bolts and jewelry not go well. Careful SpongeBob, careful SpongeBob, careful SpongeBob. But yeah, lightning bolt jewelry could be good. Depending on how it's handled, of course. If it was like that could be good. And then we could make it more elegant, and you can make it thin so it's not as thick as I just drew it. Don't just make it 2 spikes. That's my strong suggestion. Do not accidentally fascist symbol, as Amber has said. Please. Does the white fade count as unnatural skin color? I would not say so. I don't think so. Lightning! Thunder and lightning, very, very lightning. You don't have to do what I'm doing, but I'm just trying to think of ways we could make the jewelry just feel a little more specific. I had no idea it was a thing until it happened. Yeah, people who are unfamiliar with what I'm talking about, good old Taylor Swift and her necklace that she had made. It had a couple of things going. It had a couple of dog whistles contained there within. And we cannot pretend like people don't know what those are, because I know for a fact that any jeweler is well aware of what those symbols mean, and they would definitely tell you, because jewelers are artists, and artists know what those things are, and they will warn you in advance before they do something like that. IDK, what that is? Serious? Yeah, it's just, looks like a primo gem. I've actually made these kind of primo gem-esque maybe, but yeah. Been rigged already? Definitely keep all these details in mind for when I eventually possibly update her. Ah, I see. If storm, then what about wind, tornado, hurricane-like? Yeah, oh wait, you're right. You could do something like spirally. Have you ever seen those, oh, what are they called? They're the pendants that you put a stone in that sort of do this like spirally cage thing where the stone is inside of it. I've done a terrible job of drawing them because they're usually like much more perfect. And they're so thin too, like. And then you like pull on the top and bottom to slide the stone into it. This is already kind of hurricane-like. Here comes the hurricane. I won't say that word. Hurricane-like. You could put a stone inside of it. Yeah, like wire-wrapped jewelry. Ooh, wire-wrapped jewelry. That's a thing that I think makes sense also when we think about the styles that are associated with fairies too, maybe. Yeah. Because wire wrapping can also be really delicate and dainty too, so you could have your like whatever have you. Oh, that is way too small of a brush. What am I doing? Hang on. Give me a slightly bigger brush. That one's already wire wrapped. Yeah! Just for a little extra fun detail. Yeah, more homemade, which is very fairy-like. True. I agree. But yeah, so. Things I didn't grade, which is actually everything. I started to say I was going to, and then I forgot. So, for color, for the Storm version, doing fantastic. I want you to bring back those other colors from your previous version for the daytime version, or the sunny version, though. But the colors themselves work pretty well together. I don't really have clarity issues with anything. They're good color choices for being rather ethereal, and you make a mostly monochromatic look work. So good job. Good work there. Silhouette. Fantastic. I feel like if we played up the lightning bolts a little bit more and separated the hair from the edge of the what do we call it, the boa or the drapery around your arms, it would make you even stronger, just because that's the one element we'll have to go off of to identify you as opposed to other fairies. That way we can tell you apart from them. But honestly, fantastic. I love the exaggeration that's going on in the silhouette. For complexity versus clarity, I'm yearning for just a little bit more small detail for flavor. In the jewelry, some of the chains are a little bit too small right now, and the shapes of, or the way the jewelry's handled doesn't feel super specific right now. And maybe also a little bit of a subtle pattern in the clothing could be good, but very subtle. Keep it very subtle. The focal point is your head, for me, because the brown is used exclusively in that area. The clouds on your arms are a little bit distracting, but they are sort of guiding me up and into your head, and there's sort of this like pink hue that is clustered around your face and the inner part of the clouds that is also helping to direct my eye to this area. So the focal point works for me, more or less. Let me close my eyes and do the open. Yeah, I do look to the head and then I look to your chest. But that might just because my eyes are looking for somewhere dark and flat because there's so much detail in the hair. So level of detail in the hair, maybe drop that a little bit though. And then concept and motifs. We could play up a little more of the storm angle. You could have more angles that relate to the storm. And the thing I was saying about having the alternate color palette, I would love to see so that we can get more difference between day and night or storm and clear weather. But the clouds as a boa, the incorporation of those like sort of spiraling motifs into your wings and into the trim of your clothing, all very well done for the level of detail you're keeping, which is keeping things very minimal, very clean, very elegant. So there's a couple little things I want added. Clear as day. There you go. That's a good pun, Rex. I wish I would have thought of that. It's okay though. One of these days I'll have a good pun. Not usually, but one day I'll have one. But math, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 out of 10. Good work, Silver. Yippee. Bam. Hell yeah. Might be a fun toggle idea to have the stormy part tied to an emotion. Yeah, like a toggle for an emotion. Or like the storm gets like stronger depending on like your heart rate or something. If you get like, if you're upset or scared in a game. Could also be very good. But yeah, round of applause, please. Good work, Silverfay. I'm proud of you. This is sick. Also, seeing the evolution across your multiple submissions, I can tell that the iteration was very beneficial to you. So I'm proud of you for iterating and not just going for the first one. As much as this would have been a-okay as a VTuber design, it's stronger for the fact that you kept at it and kept working at it, kept modifying it, tinkering with it, is good. Good work. Thank you so much. Of course. And look at that. We finished only 4 minutes over. How many designs did I look at today? The only problem with me closing them is the fact that then I can't count. So we looked at Nano and Striker and Silverfay, known Shroomates. Then we also looked at the, I'm gonna forget names unfortunately, but the pilot and the rain? Oh, the unicorn? Or the Pegasus? And what was the last one? Oh, and the Toon one. It's the 6. Yeah. Haha, none of you thought I'd get to 6 because we started over an hour in and I'd only done 2 as of like an hour and a half beyond that. But look at me! Haha! I locked in. I somehow made my average. Honestly, I didn't have any faith in myself doing that. Oh my gosh! There's gonna be a lot of redistribution. So few people guessed 6. Oh my gosh. More than half of you guessed 5. Some of you guessed 4. How many people guessed 6? Felt it in your bones? Oh my gosh, Kenneth, you may have gotten a big earning. You may have gotten a lot out of that. Let me see. Let me see what the header says. Go to Mad Buns and 6 others. So 7 people are splitting 26,000 spores. Yes, 7 people. Whoa! That's crazy! Congrats! I hope that gets some of you closer to any of your goals. You got 3.9k? Feels good. Kenneth, how many did you get? Mad Buns, did you get a lot? What did you guys get? That's a lot. Huzzah! YouTube also had no faith in me. YouTube's average vote was 5, but that's not that far off. Well, congrats on the shroomy redistribution of wealth. 1k for 100 points. Whoa. Put in 250, got out 3.9k. That feels good for Gamba, huh? That probably feels pretty good. But I think that'll about do it for me for today. Thank you all for your good submissions. And we did, despite having 2 skip the lines. Technically, we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But despite having 2 skip the lines, we had all but 1 that were winged also. So we did still get 5 winged VTuber design critiques. And we got to look at Nano's art, which is still also very cute. So thank you all for your submissions, and thank you all for your good feedback. And for the rest of this week, the things that I will be doing include... Oh wait, I forgot a ladder. Here, I'll draw a ladder for you real quick before I end. Hang on. I didn't change the shape of really anything. And I also turned off the layer where I'd edited your hair shape anyway. But let me draw a ladder real quick. For good measure, you deserve a ladder. An EG original. This is like my signature almost. I don't sign things for my own safety, so that way I am not implicated in things done by particular nefarious organizations contained within the stream state. Am I drawing this on a layer that's good? Yeah, there we go. But the latter is sort of the mark that I leave on many of a shroom-mate design. Oh wait, this is asymmetrical, which is good. Oh, come on, my mouse is not participating. Hello? Hands, waist chain, bottom of this detailing on the chest. There is a little bit of a line here from the clouds, but it's a little bit diagonal. The hair sort of sat on the same line as this did. The lips have a line. I would say the necklace has a line. The eyes, the top of the ears, the jewel, oops, hang on, jewel, and then the top of the head and the top of the wings. I'm not climbing that. I don't think you are either. Thank you for stream. Of course. Thank you for being here. I'm also really hyped for Secret Santa. I am going to make some cute little doodles. I'm going to be assigned one person randomly, and then if there are some ones missing, I'll probably end up drawing some as a pinch hitter. But I will not be, I will not be contained in my excitement in the meantime. I'm looking forward to it. So do also enter if you'd like to do Secret Santa. Anyways, yeah, much danger. No bingo for me. I was one away in one direction. If we qualified Nano as a clown or jester, I would get bingo, but Nano's not a clown or jester. Nano is a space idol, so rip. Close enough. Anyways, rest of this week. Thursday, we are finishing Honkai Impact 3rd tier list. And then Friday, I'm going to fist fight my Aphantasia to make boxing. Or boxing. To draw VTuber designs from memory. I'm gonna have a wheel I'm going to spin. I'm going to do one of my classic call for entries on Twitter, where I'm going to look at everyone, put their names into the wheel, and then I'm going to see if I can remember what they looked like based on having looked at them at some point in time. And they're all gonna be goofy and silly because I don't remember anything. I have no visual memory at all. But yeah, I'm looking forward to this week. Thank you all for hanging out with me. I will probably see you Thursday. Enjoy your Tuesday and Wednesday. Be productive and be safe. YouTube Shroommates, I can't send you anywhere, but thank you for hanging out. Shroom me later, bye! End.